Good morning to all of you. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be here on this second day. After yesterday's fruitful journey, we continue today exploring and navigating the universe of women as builders, designers, and critics. I just want to mention and point out that there has been a very small modification to the program. Instead of opening with Julie Becker's presentation, we will instead begin with Danielle Wilkins. And before starting the sessions, I want to share some thoughts with you and with the audience in regard to the topic. Connecting spheres of influence speak not only of spaces and places, but also of the way in which many women related to each other by passing on their knowledge. When I think, for example, of the type of relationships that emerged in the 18th century, the Republic of Letters comes to my mind. The Republic of Letters was a long-distance intellectual community in the late 17th and 18th centuries in Europe and the Americas, and it fostered communication among the intellectuals of the Age of Enlightenment. And in this case, I think of an intellectual community of women who in one way or another use their knowledge and status through different ways, acting as points of contact, but also as intellectuals and as witnesses with their narratives, becoming critical agents of transformation from both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Today's session will help us to understand this innovative approach in depth. So today we will follow the same scheme that we had yesterday. We'll have three presentations, three speakers, Danielle Wilkins, Sol Perez, and Elena Rieger. Then we'll have a pause for a coffee break, and then we will reopen the final session with Cristina Contrandiopoulos and Etienne Moral-Choquet, and finally with our colleague Anne Hodge before starting our discussion at 11:10. We should respect our timings in our presentations. So let's start today's sessions with Danielle Wilkins from Georgia Institute of Technology with his presentation, Paper Patrons, Women of the Transatlantic Design Network. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you to the presenters and organizers of this great event. It's a privilege to be here. So today I'm going to be speaking about the Transatlantic Design Network. That was a perfect introduction to speak about the Republic of Letters, so thank you. The assessment of post-revolutionary architectural and aesthetic relations between the United States and England is often characterized by a one-sided view of development. Early American architecture was born by reacting against or copying English architecture, usually badly. These commonly held views of American architectural development in the early Republic failed to acknowledge the presence of a more significant and highly influential transatlantic network of relationships that activated exchange of ideas and books while shaping careers in the built environment. The analysis of this dynamic community proves that architects, artists, and patrons fluidly traveled the Atlantic Ocean through many means: the exchange of letters, drawings, and publications, personal travels, and international recruitment for architectural projects. At the core of this study, is the lawyer, architect, statesman Thomas Jefferson, architect Sir John Soane, artist Maria Hadfield Cosway, and several others. Scholarship on Jefferson and Soane is plentiful, but these texts study the designers only within nationalistic contexts, and this consequently has imposed a monograph-driven silo effect that fails to identify or properly attribute the existence of a transatlantic design network. Although Jefferson and Soane never met, they both were connected to Cosway, an artist, designer, and educator who corresponded with each man for over 4 decades. Over this period, Jefferson and Soane exchanged not only letters with Cosway, but also material objects such as drawings, books, artifacts, and personal contacts, through which they cultivated a distinct set of shared aesthetic, political, and social concerns. Through their correspondence, they facilitated international networks that sidestepped aristocratic ones, gave agency to women, and advanced professional and stylistic developments of architecture on both sides of the Atlantic. This paper is a teaser for some of the connections explored in a book coming out this June, but I'm eager to use this chapter to further explore a few of the women within the network. Both Jefferson and Soane were reading Tristram Shandy at the time when they met Causeway. As a novel filled with ridiculous instances of hyperbole, sexual innuendos, cultural gaffes, Shandy appeared entertaining and simple to many, but appealed to those who exercised a deeper reading into Sterne's moral tale, filled with layered and even playful translations of Lockean theory as the title character searched for reason and morality in the world. Within the novel, there are a series of captivating line diagrams that illustrate the meandering paths of Shandy's narrative, unbridled like a section through a wild and imaginative landscape. The reader progresses through the course of Shandy's autobiography. The digressions within this narrative represented as sinuous curves or abrupt peaks and valleys in the literal plot line, the most pivotal elements of his journey. Much like Shandy, the initial meetings of Jefferson and Soane with Causeway could be dismissed as insignificant detours along their professional paths. However, these diversions were moments like their correspondence with Causeway that stayed with them for the rest of their lives. And these are just some playful diagrams in the same manner that I've created. Over 2,000 letters were consulted in the research, and the sampling of documentary evidence was initially defined by correspondence between Jefferson, Soane, and Causeway. The sample was then expanded to include correspondence between figures that knew at least two members of the triumvirate or were directly engaged in conversations with Jefferson, Soane, or Causeway about the arts, travel, and educational practices. Of the larger sampling of letters, a little over 500 were selected as representative conversations within the network in terms of their focus on the means of cultivating architectural taste, the relationship between buildings, people, the design process, as well as the nature and scope of travel needed to broaden one's visual and experiential catalog. These letters were beneficial for the identification of 18 figures from America and Europe, in addition to Jefferson, Soane, and Causeway, who helped delineate the nature and composition of the transatlantic design network. A quarter of these were women. And these figures were not selected because they were the most prolific correspondents of Jefferson, Soane, or Causeway, but because of the way they interacted, what they sent to each other, where they traveled, who they provided letters of introduction to, and how their contributions in design, education, curation, or even law may have impacted the forms, collections, and architectural thinking at contemporary sites, such as Jefferson's Monticello and Soane's Museum. In mapping the network, Jefferson, Soane, and Causeway serve as the generative nodes, and they're connected to approximately 200 other members of the network: artists, doctors, lawyers, architects, statesmen, scientists, farmers, and writers, through various strands of association, whether that be immediate correspondence, genealogy or marriage, mentorship, patronage, or communal membership in several formal networks, such as the London-based Royal Society, the Royal Society of the Arts, the Royal Academy, or the US-based American Philosophical Society, the Academy of Fine Arts, and the Columbian Institute. And this just shows a simple mapping of how those come together. I'm currently working on one focused primarily on the women. In the mapping of the network, employing network theory, the Bicentennial Administration held at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City in 1975 focused on Benjamin Franklin as a critical conduit between political figures, revolutionary officers, and writers. Conceived as an object-based endeavor with dynamic graphics, Charles and Ray Eames designed the exhibit along with the catalog. The pair also produced an accompanying 28-minute film. Although the catalog labeled Jefferson and Franklin as the architects of independence, the exhibition did not examine buildings or landscapes, nor was the concept of a transatlantic network of the arts raised. Furthermore, the demographic of the international sampling of historic figures was highly unbalanced. Of the 29 figures featured in the exhibition, all were male, except for the second First Lady, Abigail Adams. Nearly 4 decades, or more than 4 decades since the exhibit, the women of the Transatlantic Design Network have yet to receive their due. As patrons and advocates for the arts, as well as invaluable architectural emissaries for introducing designers to specific sites and architectural ideas, there are numerous prominent figures who served as ambassadors within the network beyond Causeway, such as Angelica Kaufman, Angelica Schuyler Church, Madame de Tess, Madame de Corny, and Eliza Crawford Anderson Godfroy. The key buildings and areas that form the backdrops for the initial meetings and burgeoning friendships between Soane and Maria Hadfield, this is pre-marriage, in southern Italy in 1778, and then Thomas Jefferson and Maria, newly married Hadfield Causeway, in Paris during 1786, also served as an introduction to their ardor for aesthetics and architecture. For Jefferson and Soane, the experiences of these sites were singular. Neither architect had the opportunity to return to France or Italy, respectively. Consequentially, these events were tied to the memories of meeting a female artist who would become a friend for life. For Soane and Causeway, the memory of their commonly traversed pathways inspired a lifetime of correspondence around the, quote, poetry, end quote, of ruins, the interest and preservation of excavations, and tied to their early situations as poor students in the arts. So they'll eventually talk about the kind of intimate trials of financial hardship. In many ways, the most interesting item that would later be exchanged between the two friends also has the most obscure history and vague provenance within the otherwise well-documented collections of Soane's museum. Hanging in a prominent location on the southern wall of the breakfast room of number 13, Lincoln's Inn Fields, is one of the first known portraits of Napoleon to reach the continent, outside of the continent. A small image depicting the general at age 29 while on his campaign in Italy, just outside of Lodi, and we'll actually return here later. Originally introduced by American painter John Trumbull, Jefferson and Causeway met one afternoon in the Hollow Blé of Paris, and their subsequent epistolary exchange would focus on drawing, agriculture, and the relationship between the built and natural environments, largely shaped by their shared visits to picturesque gardens in the Parisian suburbs. These sites served as stimuli for 40 years of correspondence, relying on shared memories of cities, landscapes, and follies. These meetings laid the foundations for prolonged friendships amid periods of extended and finally permanent separation, and it also immediately assigned an architectural bias to their relationships. Causeway later added a new compatriot to their group, Angelica Schuyler Church. As the daughter of American General Schuyler, Jefferson and Trumbull knew of Angelica and were happy to become acquainted with another American living in Paris. She came to the city with her husband, John Barker Church, a British emigre who served as commissary general in the Revolution under the leadership of General Washington. The pair met in New York and eloped before moving to London. Business eventually motivated the couple to relocate to Paris, where Angelica was reunited with other revolutionary figures who were close associates of her family, such as Lafayette. In Paris, the group of friends extended to include Madame de Corny and Madame de Tess. They dined and traveled together in and around Paris. With Madame de Corny, Jefferson corresponded about the mechanical arts, the design of country houses, and his daughters, for whom Madame de Corny served as a surrogate parent when Jefferson was called away from Paris for diplomatic duties. As Lafayette's aunt, Madame de Tess, often entertaining in her home designed by Boulay, the Chateau de Chaval. Here, Jefferson would have found a home that was compact in plan, but expansive in section through its use of double and triple height vaulted spaces. Beyond their shared friendship with Causeway, Jefferson and Church were drawn together because their daughters attended the same convent school in Paris. Church was also the sister-in-law of Federalist Alexander Hamilton, an instrumental figure in the Revolution, but an ideological adversary to Jefferson. The pair were opposite ends of the political spectrum, especially when they would later serve together in the nation's first cabinet. Their discord, however, did not affect the lifelong friendship between Jefferson and Church. For Trumbull, his relationship with the Churches was beneficial to his artistic pursuits, not least because Church served as his banker, a financial patron who charged minimal interest on loans granted from the summer of 1786 until 1797. When in England, Trumbull often spent time with the Churches at their London residence and made journeys to their country estate, pictured here, near Windsor, Down Place. The neo-Gothic house along the River Thames was constructed around 1750, on the site of an old Roman camp. The crenellation, as well as the meandering plan, resembled a smaller, simpler version of the Western London neighbor Strawberry Hill by Walpole. According to an 1882 sale catalog for Down Place, the home was approximately 25 miles west of Hyde Park Corner and, quote, well known to all lovers of the river and forming a conspicuous feature in the view of the noted reaches below Bray and Monkey Island, end quote. As a frequent gathering place for several women of the Transatlantic Design Network, Down Place served as an embassy of retreat and a place from which the women made visits to other country houses in the area, often describing their letters to Trumbull, and Jefferson. Of the Parisian courtière, Madame de Corny visited multiple times. In May 1790, Causeway, who had just given birth, had plans to paint the ceiling of a garden folly at Down Place, featuring the letter A for Angelica, surrounded by the Graces. But illness later prevented that work. Down Place and its associated company were so precious to Causeway that she frequently wrote to Jefferson and Trumbull, expressing her anxiety that Church, who she actually called her sister, would one day leave England and return to America permanently. As Causeway feared, Church eventually returned to the United States for good. In 1789, she made a brief journey across the Atlantic to attend the inauguration of President Washington in New York City, but in 1797, she made her final trip, eventually moving to a picturesque setting in upstate New York, situated much like Down Place along the upper Genesee River. In 1806, the Churches commissioned Benjamin Henley Retrobe, the U.S. Surveyor of Public Buildings in Washington, design a home on this expansive site in the Federal style. Shifting the focus to another figure within the network, we have Maximilien Godefroy, a capricious character born in France who corresponded with both Jefferson and Soane as a practice engineer before embarking on a productive career as an architect engineer in the United States before returning to Europe. He arrived in the US in 1805 at age 40, first settling in Philadelphia, then moving to the rapidly growing city of Baltimore. While designing churches in the city, he composed an unillustrated treatise for self-promotion in the port city called Military Reflections, and this asserted his authority in fortification design. Eliza Crawford Anderson, a Baltimore native, an accomplished writer who was both the first female editor of a magazine in America and the founder of The Observer, translated Godefroy's French text into English for publication. Godefroy and the single mother found this working relationship fruitful, apparently, and married in 1808. Now connected to an established Baltimore family, Godefroy began posting advertisements in the Baltimore Federal Gazette for drawing lessons in his father-in-law's residence. And these were described as open to young ladies Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 11 to 1, and gentlemen every evening except for Sunday, 5 to 7. Of the surviving examples of Godefroy's work in America, the Battle Monument was his most celebrated design, and it even appeared on the City of Baltimore seal since 1827. The Egyptian-inspired monument was commissioned to celebrate Baltimore's war and the American victory over British forces in the War of 1812, and to commemorate those lost in the bombardment of Fort McHenry. Each element of the composition was crafted with allegorical references and patriotic symbols, making it the epitome of American architecture parlante. Standing 39 feet tall, the rusticated pylon had 18 courses to represent the 18 states of the Union in 1812, and is capped with 4 griffins that have the features of an American bald eagle. The second tier of the monument has a bundled column of 39 rods to represent the Baltimore citizens who perished, and is capped by a statue of Lady Baltimore, who holds a laurel crown and a rudder while gazing towards the bay where the battle occurred. Accounts note Eliza was the model for Lady Baltimore. And in 2014, a replica was painstakingly crafted and installed at the site, while the original was taken to the protective home of the Maryland Historical Society. For this short exploration of a few women within the network, we started with Causeway and will conclude with this interconnected, transformative figure. In a letter to Soane in late summer of 1830, Causeway requested that the architect send, quote, a catalog of your extraordinary museum, end quote, to a friend in London who could directly deliver the parcel to her during one of his voyages to Italy. Soane anticipated this request, since earlier that summer he actually began the process of sending a copy of this description of his house and museum to Causeway. In February 1831, Causeway wrote in a letter that she, quote, received late last night your precious book, end quote, and she displayed the richly illustrated description within her circle of Italian compatriots, an act that may have been the first dissemination of Soane's work in Italy. She noted, quote, "Your beautiful book has been admired all over Milan, and architects have taken translations of great part of it," end quote. As Causeway received a copy of the 1830 edition of the description from Soane, it's unclear if she ever received or viewed the subsequent editions, where Soane spent 3 pages, which is quite lengthy in this description, on the Napoleon portrait that she had sent him decades earlier. Ever attentive, Causeway noted in a letter to Soane that his Italian translation in one part of the text was grammatically incorrect. Happy to correct a friend. In the same letter, she also revealed that she was sending 2 small objects to, quote, "add a drop of water," end quote, to his vast collections. And this is a larger quote here. "When I was at Paris, my friend Monsieur Denon gave me 2 small Egyptian figures he found himself, and they are in perfect preservation. I even left the Egyptian dust on them. I put these in a small box with Mercury and a Minerva found here at Lodi Vecchio." Rather than relying on national or privatized mail services, the Ushabti featured here and Roman figures were conveyed to Soane through personal acquaintance traveling to London. And although I'm only showing these 2 Egyptian figures, all 4 still survive in the museum. Although often unnamed and uncredited, the women of the Transatlantic Design Network were critical agents of transformation by providing introductions and project access to noted designers and architects. Through their commissions and the active circulation of material, especially publications, they expanded access to architectural ideas. And within this small sampling, one can assert that they were more active and ambitious in disseminating architectural information because they were not in egotistical competition for commission or even project credit. But this was not to discount that these women were also calculating and discerning within their agency. Within secondary sources, the contributions of too many of these women have been discounted, simply as socialites or even as paramours of famous men. Therefore, a return and even a rereading of archival sources is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anil, for your presentation. Very interesting. Our next speaker is Sol Perez Martinez from the ETH Zurich, and her presentation is going to be via Zoom. It's remote. I don't know. Yeah. Good morning, Sol. Sorry? You cannot unmute her?
She has to mute off the microphone.
Sol, good morning. You have to turn on your sound.
Second.
Your mic, please.
Hello, good morning. Sorry, Fabio.
Sorry,
Do this.
good morning.
1 second here. Now we're ready to start. Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno, everyone in Rome. To start, I would like to make a disclaimer. Today, I will be presenting only a small section of a larger piece of research titled Nuns Reporting the City, Convents, Urban Disasters, and a Female Experience of 1700s Chile, that will be published later as a chapter in Shelley Ralph's book. Unfortunately, because this is a live stream and recorded presentation, I'm not able to share here images of my unpublished archival findings. This research is part of my postdoctoral research titled Women Making Space in South America, 1700s to 1900s, which is one of 3 projects of the ERC-funded project Women Writing Architecture, led by Anne Holch. So why nuns, and what do nuns have to say about architecture in Chile during the 18th century? The reason is clearly explained by Luisa Zanelli, pictured here in her 1917 book about the writings of Chilean women during the 18th and 19th century. Zanelli argues that Chile stands out amongst other Spanish colonies for its late intellectual development. She believes this was due to the premeditated desire of the Spanish colonizers to maintain people ignorant and submissive to extract resources. In this scenario, foreign religious orders with an interest in evangelizing the citizens of the colony were the first ones to educate young men. According to Zanelli, it took a long time before they developed an interest for the education of women. In a first instance, the only education available for women was reserved for those who wanted to prepare for Catholic religious life, learning to read and write within the convent walls away from the world. Then it is not surprised that the only sources we have available of Chilean women writing before 1800s belong to nuns. The first challenge to analyze the writings produced by nuns during the 1700s is to understand the power structures of the Catholic Church and the conditions in which these writings were produced in Chile as a colony of the Spanish Empire. For those in the audience who are unfamiliar with Christian culture, nuns are Catholic religious women who committed to a life of chastity, obedience to the Church, and poverty by making public vows. To become nuns, women go through a process of training called novitiate, where after a couple of years they take the veil as a symbol of their separation from the outside world. Within the Catholic faith, nuns are the wives of Christ, and they dedicate their lives to him and his religion. The first scholars who analyzed women's writings in Chile at the start of the 20th century, like Zanelli or later José Toribio Medina, mention but minimize the writing of nuns as of poor quality. However, they were dealing with poor copies and partial transcriptions and a cultural context that diminished women's writings. Only since the second half of the 20th century, nuns' writings started to be taken more seriously by literature scholars and some historians in Chile. During the 1980s, the first nun manuscript was fully transcribed and published, opening up their relevance to other fields. Today, we have 1700 manuscripts transcribed, published, and analyzed by historians and philologists. Until now, they haven't been used to explore the architecture and urban history of colonial Chile. The complexity of the institutions of the Catholic Church, the difficulties to navigate its culture as an outsider, and the limitations to access religious archives meant that very few scholars outside Catholic academic organizations have analyzed the nuns' writings and explored their value outside religious history, one of them being the historian Alejandra Araya. To position the writings of these religious women, I would like to explain their role within the Catholic Church first. During the period of the study in the 18th and 19th century, there were mainly three types of nun represented here in the slide. Here I have organized them in three groups depending on the type of organization they trained and belonged to and the types of activities they dedicated their lives. The first image shows a monastic nun, the equivalent to monks, in the interior of a monastery. They dedicated their lives to prayer and contemplation without any contact from the outside world. The picture in the middle shows a mendicant nun, also called cloister nuns, who lived in convents and dedicated their life to prayer, but shared their religious life with lay people who received their support and education, like girls and widows. Finally, the third image shows an apostolic nun or a nun of active life involved in helping others outside the walls of the convent, for example, in education or hospitals. Each of these group of nuns followed a rule or a code of conduct written usually by a saint and certified by the Pope, the maximum authority of the Catholic Church. Each type of nun would take the name of the saint who designed their rule of conduct, for example, Benedictine of the rule of Benedict, Franciscan of the rule of Saint Francis, and Ursuline of the rule of Saint Ursula. More relevant to our field, though, is that each of these types of nuns in these drawings are related to a particular type of architecture. Monastic nuns lived in monasteries, buildings usually in rural settings that allowed a life of prayer disconnected from the outside world. Mendicant nuns depended on the alms or donations of religious people, so they lived in convents, cloistered and behind closed doors, but in urban settings. And finally, apostolic nuns lived where they worked, including hospitals and schools, near those in need. Because of their aim in life dedicated to prayer, there was no point in monastic nuns to travel from Europe to America, so their orders did not arrive to Chile and are not central to the Spanish colonies before the 20th century. On the other hand, apostolic nuns only arrived to Chile at the beginning of the 19th century, and as the historian Sol Serrano argues, they were fundamental to the establishment of the young nation, recently independent from the Spanish crown. During the establishment of the new Chilean Republic, political leaders were interested in women only as mothers, to raise and educate children to be valuable citizens. For Serrano, apostolic nuns had a relevant role as social mothers, teaching biological mothers how to raise their children and how to educate themselves. As active religious women, apostolic nuns played an important part by providing low-cost services to the Republic to care for those in need. For example, poor people, ill people, children, and pregnant women. Serrano argues that mendicant or cloistered nuns hidden behind the walls of their convents became irrelevant to Chile's political history, and therefore were also forgotten by political and feminist historiography, even though they were a fundamental agent in colonial Chile. From the establishment of the first female religious order in 1571 in the south of Chile, throughout the 17th and 18th century, 10 convents were built and developed in Chile, of which 3 of them hosted more than 500 women and up to 1,000 women at a time, becoming cities of women within the city controlled by men. I follow Serrano, who claims it is important to pay attention to these mendicant orders and the stories of these women who, behind even closed walls, had agency over Santiago, the capital city of colonial Chile. The rest of this presentation, I will focus on them. From all the thousands of women who lived in convents during the 18th century in Chile, we only have 3 transcribed manuscripts of their written work. An autobiography by Úrsula Suárez, a Pour Claire, a collection of letters written by Sor Dolores Peñailillo, a Dominican nun, and a poem by Sor Tadea de San Joaquín, a Carmelite nun. However, through my work in the archives of the Pour Claires and the Dominicans, I discovered hundreds of different handwritings and signatures, making it possible to attest that many more wrote about their experiences. It is just that their papers were not kept or have not been transcribed and made available yet. The first nun I want to introduce is Úrsula Suárez. Daughter of merchants and Spanish colonizers, she grew up in a wealthy environment and became a nun against the wishes of her mother. She joined the new convent of the Pour Claires, located in the corner of the main square of Santiago. This is in the circle, in the orange circle on the screen. This was funded with the money of a wealthy relative to house the single or widowed women of their family. Suárez entered this convent alongside a few of her cousins at the end of the 17th century. Suárez was a rebellious young woman who carried her character to the convent, choosing religious life because she associated marriage to a man to death and had a desire from a young age to become the convent's abbess. Abbess is the woman who leads the convent and makes all the decisions. Her autobiography is a rich source of colonial everyday life, describing her female experiences of colonial spaces before entering the convent, and then how the convent interacted and affected those outside it. In her writings, we can find criticism of the poverty of the convent. When she arrived from her family home, she writes, "I found the convent terrible, and the cell I had to sleep in even worse. It was not whitened. These religious saints sustain a rare type of poverty. In the morning, when they came from my house, I told the maid the bad experience I had had in this ugly convent, and that some nuns didn't have rugs, and that my rug was too small. A nun heard me and laughed." The cell in some of these convents were not at all like the monastic minimal spaces for a single nun, but full apartments where large groups of women lived together, had kitchens, larders, and spaces to sleep. In the following passage, Suárez writes about the devotees or men who visited nuns in the parlor, the poor space between the convent and the outside. Devotees gave gifts to the nuns, so this is what she writes. "He dressed me from head to toes, and not like anyone, but with fabrics brought from Lima. Not happy with the fabrics of his shop, because my dress had to be the most elegant. He sent me the money for the cell every week. Every day he sent gifts and paid for my vices all year long. I was never short of powder or mate. He was so interested in quality that he refurbished my cell and sent to build a kitchen and a larder. Not happy with all this, he was always sad that I never told him what I needed." Apart from the cell, Suárez puts attention to the space of the parlor as a space of exchange that became more restricted and regulated during her lifetime, and I will further explore these changes in the book chapter. After many conflicts with other women in the convent, Suarez achieved her desire of becoming the abbess of the convents, controlling the ins and outs of the cloister. More importantly for this research, when the convent had to be extended and some construction work done to the convent buildings circa 1700s, the bishop asked Suarez to become the project manager and to administer the work of the carpenters, bricklayers, and other laborers in the construction site. I speculate this was related to the flooding in Santiago in 1722. Thanks to my archival work in the Poor Clare archives, I can now confirm that Suarez was not the only abbess in charge of construction works, but there were many others. Their accounts report on the material types, material prices, and construction techniques most used at the time, informing us on how the city of Santiago was being built at the time. The second nun I want to introduce is Sor Tadea de San Joaquin, who was a Carmelite nun who spent her life in the San Rafael convent, pictured here. In 2023, a group of Chilean historians, including Miguel Donoso and Alexandrine de la Taille, published San Joaquin's long poem, which can be translated roughly as Narration of the Flooding Done by the Mapocho River in 1783. The city of Santiago was founded in 1541 next to the Huelen Hill and flanked to the north by the Mapocho River, which you can see here in the left corner of this painting by Pedro Lira, depicting the imaginary foundation of Santiago by Pedro de Valdivia. While the formal city of Santiago developed to the south of the river, a more informal city and agricultural plots developed in the north of the city. One of these north side plots was donated for the creation of the Carmelite San Rafael convent in 1770, which you can see in the orange circle in the image. The Mapocho River in the middle of the image was well known for increasing its flow with rain or the thaw of the mountain snows, creating barrages in 1722, 1723, 1744, and 1748, all of which destroyed the dams created to contain the river. Unfortunately for the nuns of the Carmelite convent, the intense rains of 1783 broke again the recently built dams, flooding and surrounding their convent. San Joaquin's poem is the most vivid narration of this disastrous event, revealing as well the urban context of the convent, construction techniques, and the experience of living as nuns in a bower space in a male institution. She writes, "This is how we spend the morning, without knowing the damage around us that the waters were causing to the wall and the foundations." She continues, "At 1:30 of the day, with a very casual attempt, 2 nuns went up the tower, and when they looked around, horrified they saw that the river was taking the dams from their foundations, and that with strength it was hitting without defense our convent." To rescue the nuns who were hiding in the chorus of the church, San Joaquin's brother gets into the convent through the winch, the second space of connection between the cloister and the outside that you can see in the image here. San Joaquin's poem also helps us put attention to 2 relevant figures of the history of this convent. First, the founding mother of the convent, portrayed here holding the construction of the convent in her hand. But it also shines a light in how the testament of devotee women like Maria del Carmen Errázuriz in the picture here left their fortunes to create women retreats within the city for women like them, or in this case, their religious daughters. The archives I revised hold many other examples of women who, by writing their wills, shaped the city of Santiago and others in the colonial corner of South America. Finally, I want to introduce Sor Dolores Josefa Peñilillo, who lived in the Dominican Santa Rosa de Lima convent in the city of Santiago. Different to the previous 2 examples of wealthy women, Peñilillo came from a poor family who had no money to pay for her dowry to become a nun. Against the wishes of her family, she enters the convent at a very young age, and through perseverance and insistence, manages to profess as a nun after years of training and thanks to the generosity of her community. Her letters are mostly about her mystical experiences and her regrets as a sinner. But with the letters, every so often, we read glimpses of her life in the convent. The key spaces are 3. The confessionary, the space where she seeks solace and forgiveness for her sins in a conversation with her guide, the priest, seen here in a picture. The cell, where she tortures her body in penitence for her sins. and the house of labors or the community space that she's usually seeking to avoid. She writes, It is great the art of the enemy to prevent me from communicating my doubts and fears in the confessionary, because when I feel more choked, I become mute, and I don't know what happens to me. And when I go away from the confessionary, to my torment, all comes flashing back to my memory. But the time has passed to find consolation in the venting of my sins. The enemy in this passage is the devil, who tempts the nuns to sin and shows Peñalillo in constant struggle between the forces of good and evil. This reference is important as well because it allows me to point out that the 3 writings that I have exposed are requested by the nuns' confessors so they can control and revise their experiences. It is important to remember that during the 18th century, the Spanish Inquisition was still operating, and nuns that became too prominent or had mystical experiences that were hard to explain were easily accused of witchcraft and condemned. Sor Dolores Peñalillo is aware of this danger when writing her letters to her confessor, and similar to Ursula Suarez, asked the priest to destroy the evidence after reading. We have these books today because the priests did not respect their wishes. Another issue that appears in the letters of Sor Dolores is constant references to her desire to not own anything, not even clothes. This extreme form of asceticism goes hand in hand with her real poverty of not having dowry or income apart from what she can generate in the convent. However, due to her illnesses, she's unable to do the labor necessary to provide for herself. Most of her life, she lived from the charity of her own community or earned the money partly through real estate and her confessor. This opens up the issue of how the nuns, through their writings, also reported in the real estate market that they engage with, reporting prices of properties and their locations as part of the business of the convent. To conclude, the writings of these 3 nuns in combination with the archival material available and the traces of the colonial city provide us with a different female perspective of architecture during colonial times. Each manuscript contains our understanding of religious Catholic women in colonial Chile and help us report on their role as real estate developers, project managers, and commentators that report the city of colonial Santiago. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sol, for presenting such an interesting topic. Our next speaker is Elena Rieger from ETH Zurich, and she's presenting a topic, it's a very interesting topic, the urban living with Emily von Werlech, I hope I say it right, and the late 18th century city.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Shelley, for inviting me and putting together this very inspiring and enriching program. I'm very happy to be here. My presentation is part of my ongoing research for my PhD project, and I have to do a little correction on the abstract. I said that in 1887, she was already divorced, but she was only separated. So then now we can get started. I will explore the chapter Social Life in Small Towns from Emily von Berlepsch, where she reflects on the move from the intellectual center Weimar to Ratzeburg, a small town located in the lake south of Lübeck. So this is a map of the Holy Roman Empire. Just for you to orientate yourself. Emily von Berlepsch juxtaposes small town life with big city life, defining as well as categorizing these ways of living and outlining the differences and possibilities. Berlepsch's reflections oscillate between embodied experience and abstract universality. I argue that even though she departs from a strong embodied experience, she distances herself, which helped her to develop a theoretical approach for her city theory. Emily von Berlepsch started her first book, Sammlung kleiner Schriften und Poesien, collection of little writings and poems, in the winter of 1786, following the encouragement of some friends and a very urgent need for occupation and distraction. She wrote the essays as letters addressed to a friend, who, however, remains unknown. Moving from Weimar to Ratzeburg at a young age was a hurtful experience for the author. She uses the metaphor of a bird that was pushed out of the nest, even though it was not ready to fly. In 1771, at the age of only 16, Emily von Berlepsch married the court judge and district administrator of Ratzeburg, Friedrich Ludwig von Berlepsch. In the beginning of the 1780s, after her husband gained a position at the court in Hanover, she left Ratzeburg to live alternately in Hanover, Göttingen, Berlepsch Castle, and Weimar. In her second letter, she informs the reader that she could not have described Ratzeburg before because her description would have been bitter, but now that some time has passed by, she is able to fulfill the request of her friend. The next letters are dedicated to the social life in small towns. Drawing from her own experience, since she has lived in several places, she talks about city and small town life as categories of the built environment. She discusses the characteristics, qualities, and differences. Emily von Berlepsch was born in Gotha, but after the death of her father, she spent part of her upbringing in Weimar, which she experienced as a very intellectual and stimulating place. In the last quarter of the 18th century, Weimar became the center of intellectual life and cultural capital. With the widowed Duchess Anna Amalia of Saxe-Weimar-Eisenach in the center, Christoph Martin Wieland, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and Gottfried Herder and others formed the literary and cultural movement later called Weimar Classicism. This was the environment in which Emily von Berlepsch partly grew up. It is unknown to what extent she was part of the intellectual circle while she lived there, but later on she was in good contact with some of the protagonists. In 1791, for example, she published an article in the Deutsche Merkur, a journal that was published by Wieland, and in a footnote of her article, Wieland claimed that he had encouraged her to publish her writings. Berlepsch adored Herder and dedicated her 4-volume travelogue Caledonia, published between 1802 and 1804, to him. Being moved from an intellectually stimulating city to a small town where she felt lonely and bored formed the background of her publication. She states, R is a very small town, and such a whimsical middle thing between the big world and solitude, combining the inconveniences of both without conferring their advantages. In her view, the lack of intellectual stimulation led to a restricted circulation of ideas and thoughts. The lack of varied occupations and the monotony of life led inhabitants to concentrate on one another, creating a strange mixture of bigotry, of activity of the tongue and indolence of the mind, of pedantic prejudice and distorted sensibility. This relation between the built environment and the mind is considered a phenomenon of the 20th century, starting with Georg Simmel and his publication Die Großstädte und das Geistesleben, The Metropolis and Mental Life, who is considered one of the founders of sociology, but Emily von Berlepsch described this connection already in the late 18th century. Emily von Berlepsch anonymizes the names of the cities she draws on for her argumentation. Of Weimar and Ratzeburg, she reveals only the initial letters. Other cities she anonymizes altogether. I believe that she could have used this as a stylistic tool for abstraction, but also to articulate herself as a theorist. Berlepsch defines the city as follows. By the way, you would be doing me an injustice if you thought that by a big city I meant only a vast pile of houses, and by small only the few numbers of these houses. Unfortunately, I know large cities in Germany that are nothing more than large pile of stones. The wealth of ideas that circulate in a place, the activity of the mind, the diversity of activities and businesses, the receptiveness of the noble and the good, the freedom and enlightenment that prevails in it. That is what actually gives the philosophical standard by which they must be measured and classified. What is very interesting about this quote is that Berlepsch, drawing on the definition of a city, does not consider explicitly the number of inhabitants, rather refers to architecture, buildings, and the spatial dimensions. She vigorously expresses that the built environment should not be categorized by geographical scale, but rather measured by philosophical and economic standards that stimulate the mind. Berlepsch identifies different elements in different areas that are the categories with which a city should be classified. Her observations are based on her experiences and the cities she has seen, as she states in the quote. The way she refers to the reader and his probably false assumptions of how a city is defined assumes a common knowledge about the classification of cities and small towns. As we can see, it is the intellectual and cultural life that defines a city or small town. According to her definition, she categorizes Weimar as a big city and Ratzeburg as a small town. Berlepsch observes that in a small town, it takes some skill not to turn one's eyes and ears to one's neighbors. One could look into the windows and the garden of the neighbors, have an insight into their routines, and thus also draw false conclusions about their personalities. She criticizes the gossip prevalent in the small town. The smaller the community, the stronger the social constraints and the demand for conformity, she argues. According to Berlepsch, standing out is a quality that tends to be perceived negatively in these communities. She observes gossip as a tool for social control, where the social norms and etiquette force the individual to behave accordingly. For Berlepsch, gossip is a key feature of small town and one of her main concerns. She circles back to this topic several times and talks about how the consequences of it, namely prejudice and false assumptions, could have the power to destroy otherwise peaceful families. In big cities, on the other hand, there's a constant flow of visitors that create diversity, and therefore it is not so dangerous, inconvenient, and prohibited to distinguish oneself through merits, talents, or beauty. For Berlepsch, the anonymity of urban life was something positive, because one could blend in without being paid attention to, which she seemed to aspire. Berlepsch was not alone with her observations. Other authors, like Germaine de Stael, in her book about Germany, reflect in a similar manner about cities and towns. Women have a particular association with gossip, even though all genders participate in it. And this association is both etymological and historical enduring. The fact that Berlepsch ponders so extensively on gossip, I believe that it was to distance herself from her gender, to enable herself to write theory from a more objective perspective. The classification of urban life was not necessary by the number of houses, but the level of intellectual stimuli. Architecture did play an important role too, because it could also stimulate the mind. Can one pass a beautiful building, a noble colonnade, without becoming aware of a certain higher impulse of thought, a more sublime sensation in oneself, which, however small seem, certainly help to raise one's spirits? How do the most splendid descriptions of work of art of all kinds help the resident of a small town who never gets to see anything more beautiful than its Gothic town hall? Berlepsch assigns building types to the two categories of urban life and contrasts them with each other. While the colonnade stands for the former, the Gothic town hall represents the small town. While in a city is already enough to walk past a colonnade, which can function as an element of various buildings to enrich the mind, not even a building like a town hall, which is important for the town, is able to move the mind since it's built in the Gothic style. Architecture is capable of evoking feelings and enriching the mind if it's built in the appropriate style. Her architectural perception, which addresses the sensual, perceptible buildings and the emotional states evoked by them, was a new system, as Klaus-Jan Philipp points out, that was established in this period. Philipp states that this system was normatively established for Germany by Christian Ludwig Stieglitz. In 1792, Stieglitz published the Encyclopedia of Civil Architecture. Here, characters of the sublime, the splendid, the eerie, the beautiful, the rural, and the romantic are codified as perceptual categories that are to become design categories for the master builder, and that are recommended for certain types of buildings. Stieglitz describes the town hall as a public building centrally located in the city where the affairs of the city are negotiated and justice is administered. The exterior should have a character of dignity and grandeur. This means no opulence and unnecessary ornamentation. As architecture was to reflect its usage and purpose, which is implied here, the description of the ideal town hall exclude a Gothic design, as it was attributed as being overloaded and with all kinds of unnecessary ornamentation. Berlepsch is addressing the current Gothic discussion here, in which this style was not yet considered architecture of good taste. It seems like that Berlepsch, with her choice of juxtaposing Gothic and classical architecture, was aware of the tension which was rising in the architectural debates around that time. While the first neo-Gothic buildings in Germany were erected in the 1760s and 1770s, and Herder had published the collection of essays of German art and architecture, which also included Goethe's appraisal for the Straßburger Münster, Gothic architecture would only be negated by the Romantics as genuinely German architecture in the years around 1806, when it was revitalized, raised to a different level of discussion, and prepared for a specific architectural audience. Emily von Berlepsch's choice to juxtapose a Gothic building with a colonnade positions herself as a scholar who knows about contemporary architectural discussions. With her choice of the colonnade as a representative architectural feature of the city, she's in line with Marc-Antoine Loger, among others, who stated that columns are the source of the greatest beauty in architecture, and the colonnade is a type of decoration where the columns are placed in accordance with their origin and with their best success. Berlepsch argues, since Gothic architecture, in contrast to the colonnade, is unable to move the spirit, the art enthusiast and connoisseur would not enjoy staying in a small town because art and culture is not present. In her later letters of that collection, her judgment about Ratzeburg changes and becomes milder. In this sense, I also consider Little R to be bigger than many other more respectable towns. The image I drew up of small towns in general perhaps fits less to this one than to and various others that give me traits to it. And I would certainly choose it as a place to stay if I were absolutely determined to spend my whole life in a small town. She concedes that the proximity to Hamburg offers the opportunity to maintain connections of the literary world and to have an intellectual exchange. Based on her own experiences, Emily von Berlepsch reflects on the different qualities of life in relation to the built environment. City and small town are categories defined less by size than by the richness of cultural life that educates the mind and stimulates it with new ideas. Architecture, art and culture, intellectual stimuli, the diversity of people and education are the parameters that determine whether a place should be classified as a small town or big city. The biggest disadvantage of small town life for the author is the gossip that, according to her observations, results from the lack of entertainment and proximity to the neighbors, creating a feeling of being under constant observation. The social constraints in small towns lead people to conform to a greater extent because otherwise they had to fear gossip. Emily von Berlepsch drew attention to the connection between the built environment and the mind, and how the social structures within the city or small town affect the individual. She describes gossip as a tool for social control. Furthermore, she proposed a more relatable system of classification of the city and the small town. While her observations are based on her own experiences, some of which were unsettling for her, she clearly distances herself from the personal struggle throughout the letters, instead analyzing urban life from a more detached, scientific, perhaps even masculine perspective. At the time of the book's publication, she was no longer living in Ratzeburg. The temporal and geographical distance enabled her to portray life in the town from the outside. Another more stylistic tool is the animation of the town she is talking about. The reader can literally fill in the blank with any city or town that comes to mind. Her theory of city is based on her own embodied experiences as a young and lonely woman. This is not to belittle her or to victimize her, but to draw attention on the relationship between her person and the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena, for such an interesting content. And now we have listened to our three first speakers, bringing new perspectives on research work. So it is time for a 30-minute coffee break to exchange our insights and continue. Thank you so much. Good morning again. Now, after the coffee break pause, we are leaning towards the end of the first session with the two final presentations. The first one is going to happen remotely, with Christina Contandriopoulos and Etienne Morin-Choquet from the Université de Quebec à Mont-Royal, under the title of Women Writing on the Art and Architecture in 18th Century Paris. Good morning, both.
Good morning.
Hi.
The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. Wonderful. So we have, can you see this slide? Yes, perfect. So we have slightly changed the title of our presentation. And I would like to start by thanking everyone involved in organizing this symposium, especially Shelley Roth. This is really a great opportunity. And although we had to wake up really early because it's 4 o'clock in Montreal, we were delighted by this opportunity to work on little known texts by women on architecture. And oh yeah, a special thanks to Eva McSweeney, an undergrad student at UQAM who has done some exceptional preliminary research with us. So let me see if I can change the slides. Yes. In 18th century French architectural discourse, primary texts by women are rare, but they do exist. Our presentation focuses on two such texts, underlining their contribution to public debate and their participation in what can be called the space of criticism. The first text is an anonymous criticism of the garden at Ermenonville, one of the earliest and finest examples of the French landscape garden. The second is a review of the Salle de Richelieu, the famous theater built by Victor Louis and criticized here by Caroline Vuillet, a free spirit and a feminist. Both texts were published during the revolutionary period, respectively in 1780 and in 1798, a key period in the history of publishing that also coincides with the beginnings of architectural criticism. These two texts prompt several questions. How do they contribute to the historical understanding of these specific sites and buildings? What lessons can be drawn from them? And how do these texts contribute to the history of architecture? So, at the end of the 18th century, women occupied a somehow cramped position in Paris. They were physically present in the space of the city. They occupied the theaters, the Salon Carré of the Louvre, the boulevards, and the streets. They were also depicted by painters, court ladies, bourgeois, and even common ladies all started occupying the pictorial space, becoming the favorite subjects for painters and draftsmen. But there is a difference between strolling through the city and having a place in the agora. Indeed, women wrote and published very little compared to men. So the rare texts published by women therefore play an inaugural role, and I'd like to emphasize this uncommonness. More specifically, in architecture, the discourse that had been reserved for members of the Académie Royale since 1671 slowly opened up after 1750 to amateurs and philosophers. The growth in newspaper circulation and architectural criticism gave rise to new voices and new concerns. Their texts moved the discourse away from questions of style, aesthetics, and taste that occupied academic circles to focus on the experience of the users. Recently, in 2005, the sociologist Pierre Bourdieu introduced the space of criticism as a methodology specifically adapted to study art criticism, which by nature is constantly changing. Bourdieu was interested in the interactions between specialization and non-specializations in the arts. His methodology consisted in restoring each text within their space of production and their space of reception, or to say it simply, to compare and contrast each text with many others. So this method is aligned with our goal, which consists in avoiding the isolation of women writings on architecture. I think that treating each text as exceptional and treating women authors as exceptional women is missing an opportunity. Our approach thus consists in restoring those two texts within a panorama of reception and trying to understand how they contribute to a history of ideas, including men and women. Caroline Vuillet stated unapologetically, "I speak as a woman," expressing a unique standpoint. We can only grasp the originality of her standpoint by restoring her in the space of criticism. So let's start with the first text.
So the first of our case studies is the lettre écrite par une jeune dame de Paris à son retour d'Ermenonville. This letter, which is in fact a pamphlet, was published anonymously in 1780. Yet we know nothing about the author. Ermenonville, the garden in question, was owned and designed by the Marquis de Girardin around the 1770s. Located about 45 kilometers northeast of Paris, it was widely known throughout Europe at that time, being in fact one of the most celebrated gardens of its time. In part because it was because of the close relationship between Girardin and the philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who spent his last days in the company of the Marquis, whose ideas inspired the Marquis in his endeavor, and for whom the latter erected a tomb in his garden after the philosopher's death in 1778. Let us now turn to the commentary by the young lady. Published in the form of a letter to a friend, a common form of publication at that time, this short pamphlet is admirably clear, incisive, and unapologetic. Through a criticism of Ermenonville, it is the whole aesthetic of the informal or so-called English garden that the author is deriding. The simple fact that it is signed by a young lady seems to allow for the adoption of a candid and irreverent tone that was not common in the discourse at that time. Garden theory was then in full development, and dozens of essays, description, and pamphlets were published about the garden at that time between 1780 and 1800. Most of these betrayed their admiration for the garden and its style, although they sometimes split hairs on questions regarding taste and design. Next slide, please, Christina. The letter by the young lady contrasts strikingly with the mainstream discourse on Ermenonville. First of all, she does not hide her status as a neophyte regarding the new informal aesthetic, which it seems anyway to describe as a corruption of taste. Interestingly, her criticism is firmly grounded in her bodily experience of the space, allowing her to focus first and foremost on issues related to its lack of comfort. Many of her remarks are indeed aimed at the difficult access to the site, the poor accommodation, and the discomfort created by the irregular planting, even going so far as to note the damage incurred on her friend's clothes by the branches growing freely. We can feel the contempt toward the garden's rustic idealism, noting that even, and I quote, "the prettiest, most delicate women in Paris take no trouble to sleep and eat in cottages full of vermin and bedbugs to give themselves the satisfaction of contemplating this notorious cesspool in detail. On matters of taste, she clearly positions herself as a populist voice against the new aesthetic, describing it as an elitist and foreign fashion responsible for the creation of spaces that cannot be distinguished from the common land. She is mainly annoyed by the lack of order observable in a garden, and thus by her non-aesthetic experience of the space. It is worth underlining how practitioners and theorists of the informal garden, such as Girardin himself, believe all good landscape design should follow nature's own order, and thus that the order in the garden would follow naturally nature's own order, empirically observable. This naturalistic ideology is clearly visible in the area known as the desert, the most adventurous part of the garden, left mostly as is for its natural beauties, a site which left some visitors confused and others enchanted. For her part, the young lady claims she cannot perceive any order in the garden, describing it once as an artificial chaos and later as an affected disorder. Yet I believe that we should not take her neophyte status as granted. It appears that her somewhat ignorant tone is only met as a figure of style to criticize from below an aesthetic that she perceives as elitist. This becomes very clear when she claims not to understand the Latin word justitium, written on the column dedicated to Montesquieu on the Temple of Modern Philosophy. An inscription which I believe she might just have found pompous. The fact that her letter ends with a quote from Rousseau himself, where he takes issue with the lack of unity in most of these so-called natural gardens, gives us an hint as to her familiarity with Girardin's tastes and influences, the style he embraced, and the challenges associated with it. As such, her critic, although couched in a populist and understated speech, might be more informed than it first appears. Her voice finds common ground with other criticism of the informal garden formulated at the end of the 18th century, where it was criticized on its own terms, so to speak, taking issue not so much with the idea of an irregular garden itself, but with the failure of the illusion to live up to its motto.
And we jump to the next case. Almost 20 years later, in August 1798, Caroline Vuillet, a novelist and art critic, published a short, surprising text on Théâtre de Richelieu. Vuillet was an exceptional figure. A gifted child, she received an exemplary education from her father, then studied painting with Greuze, literature with Beaumarchais, and music with Grétry. She even earned the title of académicienne at the Académie des Arcades in Rome. Today, I'll talk about her work as an art critic and above all, as an architecture critic. Her text was published in the journal Le Phénix that she founded, along with 3 other periodicals. Indeed, Vuillet was also an editor and a prolific journalist, commenting weekly on the shouts and murmurs of the city and focusing mainly on the arts. Her text on the theater is her longer text on architectural criticism. It is no surprise that Vuillet chose this subject, as the theater was the space of socialization by excellence. It was a microcosm of the city. The Théâtre de Richelieu was an imposing structure, and it's still occupied today by the Comédie Française. It was built in 1790 by the architect Victor Louis, who had been commissioned by the Duke of Orléans. The viewpoint of Caroline Vuillet is interesting. Although the theater was a new building with an imposing classical facade, her description is written from within the room, and she focuses only on the interior. Right from the start, she adopts the perspective of the user and expresses an informed opinion on architecture. If I were to speak of the Salle de Richelieu as an artist, she says, I would say that the loggias seemed crushed, that the Tuscan order has little nobility, the Corinthian order little grace, and that the arch of the proscenium is not sufficiently detached from the columns. Indeed, the crushing effect she describes has been noticed by other contemporary critics. We get the same impression from looking at the interior perspective painted by Meunier. It is due to the unprecedented stacking of loggias spreading over 4 floors and right into the stage frame. Vuillet also complains that the proscenium is not sufficiently detached from the columns, forbidding the volumes to be expressed with clarity, as desired by classical language. And yet, her criticism focuses primarily on the ornamental treatment of the decor. After speaking of architecture as an artist, she then speaks as a woman. Mais je parle en femme. Here, she then refers to a recurring argument in her art criticism that women's real beauty remained unequaled in paintings. She insists on the way architects should think about their decorative program, taking women's presence and fashion into account. I believe, she writes, architects should always sacrifice ornamentation to the beauty of women. Indeed, the overload decorative program with Corinthian capitals, moldings, and balusters seemed to compete with women's coif and dresses. This is particularly interesting, knowing that Vuillet wrote also extensively on women's fashion, and she was an adamant defender of the importance of the parure. Vuillet's request, asking the architects to acknowledge the presence of women in public, is well apropos, given that the theaters à l'italienne, like Richelieu, with their impractical horseshoe-shaped floor plan and multiple loggias, were specifically designed to showcase the public, the growing leisure class. Vuillet is perfectly aware of this function. If half of Paris runs to see the show, surely the other half goes only to be seen. This kind of comment, the last one, was a lieu commun. The social function of the theater had been acknowledged by other contemporaries, critics, before Vuillet, like Marmontel or Jacques-Antoine Dulaure. Yet, the way Caroline Vuillet inserts a woman's perspective on architecture is unheard of. It suggests a shifting away from an undifferentiated male audience to one that concedes the specific presence of women as viewers and actors in public arenas. Vuillet is acutely aware of her unique perspective. When she writes, I speak as a woman, she makes it clear that her viewpoint is distinct from that of her male counterparts, and that she disrupts the discourse. According to the historian Heather Belknap-Jensen, Caroline Vuillet disrupts rigid, spectatorial, gendered position. Indeed, she is aware that women want to be seen and admired by men. Knowing that Vuillet was famous for dressing up as a man, one might even argue that she adopted alternatively a man or a woman's perspective in public space, oscillating performatively between genders, only to better seize their different standpoints.
So the two texts we presented are quite distinct. They are not united by a communal subject, and they were published almost 20 years apart. The first shows a dislike for the picturesque English garden, while the other criticizes the Italian-style theater. Yet to conclude, we would like to bring forward some rhetorical and discursive modalities shared by both authors. First, both divert from the common wisdom on the artwork they describe, focusing on issues rarely brought up by men. Even though they come from privileged backgrounds, these women of letters share with the lower classes of society the status of outsiders on matters of taste. Their position within society of the time meant that it was extremely difficult for them to enter the public discourse on the same level as men and to be taken as seriously as them. Indeed, this is perhaps the reason why their tone is nothing but serious. Their texts are short, light, or even funny, filled with personal anecdotes, popular expressions, focusing on bodily experiences and emotions. This new way of writing, closer to speech and we might say just chatting about architecture, was perhaps intentionally adopted to avoid alienating their mainly female readership. Women's particular experiences in spaces allowed them to notice different things about architecture and gardens. Their writing put forward a novel perspective on key spaces of their time. Reading such material carefully is not only useful for a history of women's writing on architecture and gardens, but more broadly for a history of the reception of these arts. Interestingly, these two texts showcase different degrees of what we know today as standpoint theory. The young lady clearly adopts the point of view of a woman, or the voice of a woman, even though she speaks mainly for the common, non-elitist general public. Vuillet speaks clearly in her own words, both as a female or as a woman and as an artist. While we cannot generalize from such a small sample of writing from women about architecture and gardens, what we notice is in compliance with what the other scholars have noticed about regarding art criticism by women during the 18th and 19th centuries. That they found their own voice on the margins of conventional discourse. Our sample clearly shows a trend toward a focus on their physical experience of the space, rather than on questions simply regarding taste and design. Caroline Vuillet and the young lady speak not only as women, but they also discuss architecture from within and insist on the experience of the user. They announce a major shift in the history of architecture and landscape design when they slowly become disciplines interested in the lived experience of their users. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And it was very interesting to hear the reference to Pierre Bourdieu's work. So our final speaker is Anne Hood from ETH Zurich. Her presentation covers a very interesting topic, and the title is Conversations at the Tea Table, Elisa Haywood on the Sides of Criticism.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alba. Thank you, Shelley, and all the organizers and all the other speakers. I feel like I've been hearing things that I will touch upon as well, so I don't know whether I hope that resonates with us as well. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so first again, my paper is also part of the WoArch project, Women Writing Architecture 1700 to 1900. The 1900 is gone. Anyway, we're open-ended, as Elena's and Sol's was as well. So we're working together on this project since 2021 already. Okay, so let's start with an object. What you see here is a tea tray made in 1743 of tin, glazed and painted earthenware. It measures about 35 centimeters, roughly a bit more than an A4 in diameter. and is currently on display in the British galleries in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. As you see, its shape is a sexfoil with 6 lobes or petals arranged in a circle. There's a foliate and scroll border surrounding the central hexagon-shaped image. The depicted scene is, as the gallery label informs us, almost certainly inspired by, note this, a contemporary print. So to start, we have a tea tray implying a printed page. Let's examine the scene a bit closer. We are looking into a high-ceilinged room with 2 large windows, richly curtained, showing a lively domestic scene in which a boy, dressed in orientalized fashion, carries a kettle and a plate to a table around which a group of 4 white adults are gathered. 2 women and a man sit, while a third man stands to the left, lifting or tilting a chair. Both men have one hand raised, just gesticulating to the rest of the group, while the women hold tea bowls on saucers. On the table, there's a tea tray of the same petaled shape as the one we are looking at, probably a bit larger, I'd say, holding what was then called the tea equipage. More bowls and saucers, as well as a teapot, slop bowl, and sugar tongs. The whole adult group is engaged in conversation. Even the dog participates. And all are well dressed and likely affluent in both economic and social status. So, we have a black servant boy, a dog. It will be relevant, as is Benji, who's over there. So fitting, right? And a mixed gender group of white adults centered around one woman preparing tea and conversing around a tea table, all depicted on a painted tray to serve tea, which is in turn inspired by a printed image. So, may I present the protagonists of this paper? The printed side of criticism on the left, the physical side of mixed gender conversation in the center, and the perhaps more tacit side of coloniality on the right, informed this object on which there's also a boy of color serving on the side, just about visible. These are all entangled in the objects and spaces implicated in the practices of tea drinking and privileged conversation or criticism, often made possible only by the violent inequalities of colonialism. I follow in this Markman Ellis, who has contended that the 18th century tea table was at once, I quote, an object, an event, and a concept. So in the following, I weave these together, contextualizing them within the emergence of what we now call criticism, which you've just heard about, a practice that often has and still does dominate architecture and its cultures. So first, the printed matter. The tea table, on the left, published in 2 installments in 1725 and 1726, and the more well-known Female Spectator, on the right, published monthly from 1744 to 46, share the same author, Eliza Haywood, center stage, who was born around 1693 and died in 1756. Her early life is obscure. Her name is obscure, whether obtained by marriage or not. Her social and financial situation seems to have at times been precarious, to say the least. Most famous for her novels, she was also a professional and prolific translator, playwright, political propagandist, and pioneering journalist. The Female Spectator was the first British journal that both assumed a female perspective. Again, we've just heard about this, that this is something to mention and to point out and to highlight. That was new. And was written by a woman. So quite often journals for women, the first journals for women were written by men, so that's important to point out. Today I focus on the tea table, not least because its title inspired the material history I'm taking, the material history approach I'm taking for this paper. The tea table, or a conversation between some polite persons of both sexes and a ladies' visiting day, is now understood not actually as a periodical, but as a miscellany narrative of fictional conversations taking place around the tea table of a woman called only Amyana, a fictional woman called Amyana. We are not told much about her, but she seems removed from the marriage market and in possession of a substantial house, assumedly in an urban centre, most likely in a fashionable part of London. A number of people visit and speak at what is referred to as a public assembly around her tea table, including colourful characters such as a titled coxcomb, a lord critic, or a lady in a new suit of clothes. While these and others are ridiculed and critiqued, the 5 main characters, we'll introduce in a minute, are ascribed with either, again I quote, real wisdom or wit sufficient to enable them to conceal that deficiency of not being quite wise enough. It is this group that practices literary criticism, analyzing and evaluating each other's writings. So the main conversation, which I will situate in this space, and that you see in the background in a minute, is reported by the author in the first person, the I. Well, she does not name herself here. The tone and setting are already similar to Haywood's later female spectator, so she observes, which in turn referenced Joseph Addison and Richard Steele's essay periodical, The Spectator. So the male is skipped in the title, clearly. Published from 1711 to 1712 and still omnipresent in so-called polite circles in the 1720s in London society. The hostess, Amiana, and the author are joined by another woman called Brillante, described as both lovely and witty, Philetus, a gentleman, and Dorintus, distinguished by fine sense. So we have 3 women and 2 men. The conversation between them is mainly literary. They discuss and critique poetry and prose they have written themselves. So there's no architectural criticism as such implied, more about the general form of criticism. This is what distinguishes, in view of the author, Amiana's tea table from any such assemblies, where conversations evolve around, quote, any irregularity in conduct, any indecorum in behavior or dress, any defect in beauty. In short, where there's gossip rather than wit and wisdom. And we've heard about gossip not being perceived well before in Eleanor's paper. Much can and has been said about print publications such as the Tea Table or both the female and the male spectator, establishing the form of criticism. But today, I focus on its sites, made up of its spaces, objects, and participants. So the Tea Table contains little to no spatial description, which wasn't very helpful when I started out. Even the tea table itself actually appears merely in the title and the first sentence. It is a prop, no more, but also certainly no less. And this would have felt very normal to the contemporary early 18th century reader, and that's important to note. As English scholar Cynthia Sindberg-Wall has pointed out, in early 18th century fiction, I quote her, physical objects and structures appear primarily in the immediate service of narrative action. Windows appear when they need to be jumped out of, locks when they need to be locked, end quote. So in the tea table then, we also encounter architectural elements, furniture, and other things only as they appear, materializing, so to speak, out of thin air. This is how it appears to us, summoned by the narrator. No scene is set, no context described, no object, servant, or address mentioned to mark the protagonist's status, as we are accustomed to from later novels, from our reading now, novels such as by Austen and Dickens, or in the way that I've just done for you now, describing the tea tray that you could have just observed yourself. So let me now map out the little that is actually said, the spatial props or markers as they appear. Here's the first sentence. Where have the curious an opportunity of informing themselves of the intrigues of the town, like that enjoy over a tea table on a lady's visiting day? So this is as much scene setting as we get, a tea table at a lady's visiting day. Here we go. We hear then that the assembled are about to start a conversation when a titled coxcomb comes into the room. So the tea table is in a room. Reassuring. Then a lady sat near me. So we see women and probably men, there's the coxcomb after all, sitting on chairs at the tea table in the room. Oops, sorry. When the conversation turns from wit and wisdom to gossip, specifically one woman gossiping telling bad stories about other women, the author gets very flustered and expresses frustration. I rose and, retiring to a distant window, fell into a deep musing. So there's women and men sitting around the tea table in a room with several windows, because one is more distant than the others. The room might also have been of considerable size to accommodate perhaps a group of 8 or 10 people, and affording space for a distant window and a solitary person to gain distance between this group and herself by standing by this distant window. We can further speculate that the mentioned distant window might have afforded a view. Even lost in thought, it's sort of odd to look at a kitchen backyard or face a wall, I think. So back to the narrative. After some time, ignorant of what was said or done in the room, the author returns to her seat, suddenly aware of the impoliteness of not participating in the conversation in the room. So the conversation and the room somehow become the same thing. The room is filled with conversation more than it is with furniture or anything else. She is then awarded with the departure of those less worthy, the gossiping subjects, leaving the quintet to its literary discourse, which is quite long, and I'm not going to go into detail on this now. But finally, this is interrupted, alas, again, by yet another woman, the lady in a new suit of clothes. And yes, you guessed right, we're back to gossip, to the displeasure of the author and her friends. In fact, the 4 esteemed visitors give up. We rose to take our leave. The obliging Amiana, easily perceiving the reason of our departure, followed us to the door. This door might, of course, have been the door to the room, or perhaps more likely the front door to the house, due to distinctness implied in the door. I mean, if we look at this room, it has several doors, and likely the room that we're looking at, even if a lot later than this, would also have had several doors, as it had several windows. So I might assume that this is the front door. So the front door then joins the distant window in providing a connection to the outdoors, as well as to the envelope of the house as a whole. So it's a room in a house. Revolutionary, right? Okay, in the second part of the tea table, we encounter 2 distinct new spaces. The cabinet, to which Amiana went, taking out a little manuscript written by herself to read to her guests. The ensuing discussion, again over several pages, but not containing any spatial markers at all, as concerned with this manuscript, is then interrupted yet again when Amiana receives a letter from a friend long believed lost, big excitement, asking her to visit her immediately. In a rush, Amiana leaves her visitors to decide for themselves whether to stay or to go. No door appears now, they are not ushered out, and quickly retired to her dressing room. So we add a cabinet and a dressing room to what we now know about the fictional space of the tea table. We cannot know for sure if the cabinet indicated a small separate room or a piece of furniture. Both senses were common at the time, but the wording indicates it's hers, it's special, it's private, it's not accessible to everyone. Equally, the dressing room implies some kind of privacy. It might be adjacent or in proximity to the parlor, likely situated in the first floor of the townhouse, whether of the middling or the upper class. The very existence of a dressing room, rather than only a bedchamber, again points us to a more elevated station of Amiana, the house owner, or at least the one who manages the house. Okay, the spatial facts now laid out for you, little as they are. I will now read the tea table as a tacit site of coloniality, with repercussions until today, to speculate on the architectures, the objects, and the people involved in the sites of criticism. The actors, of course, we have already met. The hostess, leading or managing a privileged mixed gender group, and servants whose labor means that the former have time for reading periodicals, drinking tea, and spending time in garden squares, to which we will come soon. A tea table, chairs, windows, a door, a front door, cabinet, and a dressing room. Putting the architectural elements of the tea table's fictional space together, it is not implausible that it might have looked similar to the one depicted on our tea tray. However, it might have also looked like any of the rooms in these images, and I could have filled 10 more slides with this. More probably. We recognize the tea equipage on the various tea tables we see here, sometimes in disarray, as in the Hogarth engraving top right, as well as windows, doors, chairs, and mixed gender groups turning and speaking to each other, with one or several women taking some form of managing position, preparing tea, steering conversation, or holding the viewer's gaze. We also note the presence of pet dogs and the black page boy on the top right, again the Hogarth engraving, completing the tea table as a site, event, and concept. Back to the tea tray. My next cues then are the dog, in a minor role, and mainly the servant boy, depicted with skin color starkly contrasting with the white adults. Thankfully, much has been published now about the significant presence and important social roles played by people of color in England and London in particular. The figure of the black page, a child, is probably one of definitely disturbing manifestation of this. Gretchen Gersina points out in her seminal book, Black England, which was first published in 1995 and has just been republished, that early Georgian London was characterized by, and I quote her, deliberately exaggerated differences of skin color, as white women complemented themselves with black pages. The darker the skin, the more valuable the child, and the more elaborate and expensive the livery purchased to set it off. Given classical names like Pompey and Caesar, they were dressed in brightly colored silks and satins, silver padlocked collars and feathered turbans, end quote. Even more than a century later, the black page, a status symbol, was remembered. We find a page in Charles Dickens' periodical, All the Year Round of 1875, closely describing some of what is happening in the image here. I quote this. It was the duty of the little Negro boy in the service of the lady of quality in the last century to attend his mistress's person and tea table, to carry her train as she moved to and fro, to take charge of her fan and smelling salts, to feed her parrots, and to comb her lapdogs. End quote. We find this reflected on the tea tray, where the boy is dressed in stereotypical orientalized clothes, emphasizing his otherness, his exoticness, rather than any specific background or origin, which might well have been Liverpool. He's placed behind and apart from the circle of conversation, even more removed than the pet dog, which barks in response to the conversation, yet in the foreground as the dog, functioning as an object of status and fashionability, depriving him of his humanity. Okay, just one more lap, then we're done. I felt the urge to give this boy a name, and then felt a surge of happiness and the thrill of the archival find when I perused the data collection of the Switching the Lens project in the London Metropolitan Archives. Here I found this record you see here. On 6th of February, 1725, the year that the tea table was published, Dodington Freeman, a Negro boy of about 6 years old, servant to Captain Ormes, was baptized in St. George the Martyr on Queen Square. So, may I present Dodington Freeman. He closes my narrative circle very nicely, and I'm deeply grateful to him and the archivists who preserved his presence. St. George the Martyr is this church here on the left, on Queen Square in London, planned from 1686 and completed around 1729. The square that is the church was finished earlier, as part of one of the first garden squares, an invention simultaneous with and as fashionable as both the tea table and the periodical, which emerged simultaneously. London's Bloomsbury Square and St. James's Square were laid out in the early 1660s, and many others followed. The tea table was written thus right at the cusp of the hype around this new urban type, driving property and land speculation. Whether or not this is what Hayward had in mind, of course, there's a lot of speculation here. I am fairly certain that a garden square location would have felt fashionable to her, and offered the distant window to withdraw from lowly gossip, overlooking the landscape gardens, equally exclusive and domestic as the public assembly around the tea table. So to conclude, the site of criticism as evoked by Haywood is a domestic setting, perhaps even exaggeratedly so, a hyper-domesticity, managed by a woman. The practice of tea drinking reinforced this, as it was customary to be prepared by the lady of the house, hence Dodington Freeman carrying the freshly boiled water in the kettle with a teapot already placed on the table. There would have likely been a tea caddy or canister, right, in an ornamental design, sometimes even with a lock to store the tea, imported from China, often traded against opium. Tea itself became a tool of empire in the century, driven by and entangling the British Empire and the site of the tea table, a site of criticism, in global networks of extraction, oppression, and addiction. Incidentally, tea, coffee, sugar, opium are all addictive substances and all relied on the forced labor of people of color. In the end, women emerged to take a crucial place in all of this, in a colonial, hyper-domestic space of the so-called public assembly, around the domestic tea table, in this microcosm of both global and individual power relationships. It was a woman who, at times more visible and times less visible, managed and controlled conversations, steering and shaping criticism, arranging and operating objects and furnishings. Amiana, the fictional hostess, holds this space, while her inventor, Eliza Haywood, or the female spectator, publishes it. Dodington Freeman, meanwhile, shows us what's really at stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. So after this fruitful session, it is time to initiate the discussion, and hope all these presentations have stimulate our perception over agents of transformation. I don't know if the online audience. Okay.
Sí, yeah.
Sí. Okay. So, questions. I have a few questions. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So, no questions? Dr. Rowe. You want to say?
I just may occasionally ask a question moving backwards through the speakers, and can you hear me okay? I thought I would start with Anne. Here we go. You just gave me some thought about the section of this book and the potential to do something interesting, literary, journalistic, and to contemplate perhaps the other spaces and sites of criticism, the other chapters where the women are, and to ask these authors if the conversations or ideas ever passed over a tea table. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just a thought. It'd be interesting.
I'm not quite sure I understand what, it would be a great question to ask everyone else, I think. Yes. But I imagine that they would probably have, if they are elite women, because that was, I'm not entirely sure. I'm a lot sure about the British context, not entirely sure how tea was used in France, but that would be a great question for Christina and Etienne.
Yes. Well, thank you. I think I'm not sure actually about the fashion about tea and comparing the consumption, but what I do find really interesting is the conversation tone. So the way that you implied with the tea table in that scene, the idea of an intimate conversation. And I think this is something we have referred to in our text as the idea of chatting about architecture, or the idea that there is an understanding that the readership of those texts written in France by women on architecture were indeed read by a fairly small group of people, and they knew each other. There is this idea of an intimacy in the discussion on architecture. Their subjects are vast and echo large social preoccupations, but their readership, their audience, is a small group of close people. They know all of each other. And that has to do with this idea of a small gathering or being around in this elite group and talking to people who are in the end, share similar viewpoints.
Exactly, and I think that reflects on the term public, which I think we tend to use wrongly for the period.
Yes.
Something very different for that. The public assembly isn't by no means public as we understand it.
Totally, yeah. There is something of an almost like a domestic public, or a kind of a tea table akin to that kind of a selected group of people.
I have a question for Christina and Etienne. Even though there is a select small audience, as you mentioned, maybe for the Phoenix, I'm wondering if anyone outside of that could have had access, or if it was something just distributed amongst themselves. Was it ever published, and perhaps could someone later have access to the criticism of theater design? And another thought is, if that were possible, could a later architect have referenced it and thought about this? The reason I mention it, this just comes from something that I teach, the Paris Opera House, and the architect there referencing things, for example, the width of the columns should be the space of a man and a woman in her dress passing through that space. And also this idea to see and to be seen as being the point of going to the opera. You mention these things, and then I see it appear later, so I just wonder.
Thank you very much. It's a great question. It's very hard to assess whether these texts, who read them, and they were definitely public. The Phoenix, the Papillon, La Mouche were all journals. They were published, and I don't have the exact numbers, but we could retrace those numbers. Now, what is difficult to assess is if architects really read them. I tend to think that what's obvious is that the themes will be taken into account later by architects. Like some of these discussions really become mainstream. Now, whether they read specifically Vuillet or whether they read letters by anonymous writers, it's hard to assess. The criticisms, there is one obvious case, but it's not on a writing by a woman, but the famous architect Claude Nicolas Ledoux answers quite in 1805, will answer in his first manuscript before L'Architecture Considérée. He addresses specifically the critics, some of them. So architects are starting to be aware of these comments coming from the users.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your wonderful presentation. Mine is more a consideration than a question, and it's addressed to Danielle. Now we were talking about the causeway, and I was thinking right away to the Sisterhood of Sculpture, this group of women. We came to Rome in the middle of 1800s. So what you are saying about this transatlantic network, it really included also now this group of women who came to Rome to master their art and to keep inspiration from the ancient times and antiquity. And that was something that personally for me was kind of a gap. How did these women decide to come? And now, I mean, through your relation, it's clearer that this relation of women were related mainly through, of course, Jefferson was a point of reference for me, but really there was a gap of kind of 50 years. And so I think that your paper is going to fulfill, at least for me, this gap. So.
I think just an interesting point about Causeway is that she, her father is English, and they run a series of inns in Florence. And so she kind of grows up around these grand tourists. And I think that was part of the conversation in her development very early on too, is this exposure to an international group and particularly an English group. And so from a young age, she's really exposed to that, and then has this like hybrid identity of being Italian but English, and then later sort of French in some ways. I mean, so she's really quite an international figure. Yeah.
So can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Please proceed.
Oh, yes. It was just a follow-up comment on the tea table question, because it has been interesting that throughout my research, I have discovered as well tea table sets similar to the ones that Anne was showing in her pictures, but in a completely different construction, completely different style as well in colonial Chile during the 1700s. And these were made by nuns. So some poor Clare nuns were famous in Chile and internationally, all the way to Europe, for their barros, or for their ceramics, which were like very colorful ceramics that were also perfumed. So they had a sensual quality to them as well. And this tea set, in a way, is a way of connecting, as you said, Shelley, our papers as well. So the practice of tea drinking appears also in relation to the nuns, as them creating these objects to produce the situation of tea drinking in colonial Chile.
Just briefly, I think this is super fascinating, and we briefly talked about this before, obviously. But I also think in relation to Laura's presentation yesterday with the coffee set, and probably there were other instances somewhere that we didn't even pay attention to. I mean, to me, it just kept. Once I started paying attention to tea, I found all those portraits of groups, of family portraits. It's a status symbol. It's a symbol of sociability, and of female-led sociability. I think that's really important. That's also why where the nuns then come in, that there's also some form of sociability implied in a set of where you share a hot drink, especially if it's an exotic hot drink, or even a less exotic hot drink, but maybe it's something that's like coffee, cocoa, tea was fairly exclusive at the time. I don't know what actually the nuns in Chile drank from those. That would be interesting, and where it came from. But maybe that takes it too far.
I have a reflection on what you said, and I was wondering if the tea table is a kind of feminized object, and to what extent the engravings on 18th century British society by WoArch contributed to this subject or not. I don't know if I am right in my reflection on my thought.
I'm not sure about feminized. I think so. Eliza Haywood talked. She was also a political propagandist, which is, I mean, there were so many rabbit holes on the subject that I went into. Elena knows all about it. But she talked a lot about in the Parrot, which is a third periodical that I initially also had in the row, but that was just too much for this presentation. She talks a lot about the British nation, sometimes in a slightly veiled way, but she complains that the British nation is effeminate, so weak, because they're not quite, they're not winning wars at that time, and I think that's so. Rather than feminized, I would say there is a concern about femininity and effeminate masculinity at the time that somehow was permeating all kinds of discourses. And then it's interesting that there are these spaces that are female managed. So that's the term that I prefer. It's female managed. So the woman is at the center and the woman steers. She's not shouting from the rooftops. She's meant to stay, elegantly in the background, but she's clearly controlling the space. So if someone misbehaves, she's the one who deals with it. And she's also the one who holds the standard of the space. So if she has a reputation that everyone respects, then this is a respectable space. And everyone who attends it and is allowed in it belongs to the public will be respectable as well. And then that's where gossip comes in. And that's what I found interesting, that gossip is respectable, but then there's the elevations of the sort of the philosophical discourse, which leads to reason, which is something that then towards the later part of the 18th century, there was this big discussion on what Mary Wollstonecraft argues about. Are women creatures of reason or not? And then clearly, in the 1720s, Eliza Haywood very clearly already makes that claim that they are, without using the term reason. But then in Eleanor's paper, there were also this the woman saying, this gossip in the small towns, it just, you have to gossip because you don't have anything else to do. There's no there's no reason, no stimulation for the reason, so you're bound to gossip. So I think that's interesting. And I think that's probably still something that we face in stereotypes of women, that, there will always be gossip. There's women together. And, we haven't done much gossiping, I guess.
Thank you very much, and I'm quite intrigued where the tea and coffee will be leading us. Actually, I wanted to come back to your introduction at the beginning of the session. You were talking about the question of an intellectual community of women, and I'm posing a more methodological question maybe to all of you of this panel. I'm wondering, we often tend to focus, and I did the same in my paper, on one single woman when we find traces, documents, objects, a name, a profession. What do you think? What is the potential of your research at the moment to go from this one singular example to a group, a social circle, an intellectual sort of like conversing group of women beyond the individual example? And I mean, Danielle, you spoke about the mapping and sort of like the community. I mean, you spoke about town life. Elena, Sol, you spoke about nuns, and I think a nun comes seldomly by herself, they always come in groups. So methodologically, I would ask you to maybe elaborate what potential you see or what challenges you're facing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Laura, for this question. So in our research group, we also developing an atlas, like a database to research women. And there's a lot of, for example, in my case, it doesn't state social life in small towns. It's like a little collection of little writings and poems. So it's kind of concealed what it contains. So if you look for writings and you just have a keyword, and you might not find it because it's not in the title obvious. But actually, for example, some women, they also refer to other women. Some women don't do that. They more refer to for example, Emily von Berlepsch refers mostly to male philosophers, but for example, in the case of Sophie von La Roche, and Anna worked on that there's this cite or citing technique of like citing women or highlighting women. And I also work on another author, Luise Otto Peters, who published a journal, and they talk about exhibitions and highlighting female artists in exhibitions. And we all know that this is normally they're dominated by men, but highlighting women, it's to create a different, or not a reality, but to to have like, I think maybe I don't know, now I lost my train of thought. Yeah, or just to I don't know, to maybe create a different reality, or to show that there are a lot of women and highlighting these women. So I think it is a challenge, and it is a bit of a going around, because also if you read secondary sources, women are not so much mentioned, or only in a side note, but it's really worth it to dig in. And I think that our work is to also show some possibilities how to find them, or what to look for. I think sorry if I converge.
Thank you. And I think Sol Perez has another question.
No, I'm just following up with Laura's question as well, and also in the comment that Elena just made. In my work, I call this kind of a methodology of citational writing chains. So the analysis of how women quote other women, and what does that mean for their intellectual communities. And I think that there's a methodological opportunity in using citational analysis to track what are those networks and how do we represent them. And elsewhere, I've developed software, also technological kind of digital humanities options to visualize those networks and to really show how women cite each other and how they're connected. So that's one thing in terms of the methodology. But also in terms of the nuns, I think that is super important to see them collectively. And I think that the archive also speaks very loudly about this, because in each book that you find in the archives of each of the different orders of the convents, you never find one single handwriting. You find so many different types of handwriting and signatures of women. So it's kind of a collage of different impressions. So the intellectual community of this reading and writing nuns is all kind of conveyed through this very beautiful object that is handwritten. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done yet in transcribing and analyzing the sources, and how also this nun cites previous saints that are their examples. They're inspired by their writings. There's clear similarities in, for example, Saint Teresa with Sor Dolores, who I showed her work. So I think that there's plenty to do in terms of making those writing citational chains visible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. More Christina, please proceed. Christina, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. About this question on how do we how do we basically avoid the exceptionality of each of these authors and try to understand their agency as a group, or as to put them into context of other discussions. I find one of the things that I was very interested in, and in it, unfortunately, I couldn't hear all of your presentations, but I'll listen to them later. But it's the idea that there is a different tone. And I think that even if that speaks of women addressing to a larger audience, and there's almost the idea of a code in the way of writing. And obviously, it was very clear in the idea in the presentation of Anne. Thank you very much. It was fascinating. The idea of the tea table. There's a whole series of ways of speaking and referencing different codes and modes of sociability that make us understand another authorial voice. So authority is not rhetorically built by certain tropes of academia, but there is nevertheless a desire to reach an audience, and that audience is specific. And I know that in the texts by French ladies, for example, at the end of the 18th century, they really write in a specific way with shocking and kind of discussational chatting. They really they want to avoid by any means trying to reach academia. So they speak in this kind of slang to make sure that they are being understood by others. And to me, that speaks of a larger group or of their audience, and it makes them in a circle.
Thank you. More questions? I have a final question, if you don't mind, for Danielle Wilkinson. I was thinking of how these women were using their knowledge. And I was also thinking about the reflections of the sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, and just reading between lines, the sources on his book Distinction. Maybe they were using this knowledge to acquire a sense of status within their countries, their village. I don't know. What do you think about it, or if it's your thesis is following these ideas or not, or not?
So that they were looking to acquire status through.
Maybe not on a primary level, but from a psychological perspective, Bourdieu thesis, which is stated that I have to write it down, that people with a lot of cultural capital were participating in determining which distinct aesthetic values considered good taste within society, bad taste, or constructing a self-identity with, showing up this knowledge. Because you were talking mostly about women.
Yeah. So I think these are people that were sort of inherently connected either by position, familial sort of privilege. There is some like in writing against, like for example, Nabby Adams. So Abigail and John Adams' daughter, like writes a really scathing letter about Maria Causeway after the first time she meets her, and talks about how pretentious she is and she's showing off and all this. So there maybe was like a sense of competition between certain figures. But at the same time, I think they're quite desired figures within a number of the circles, and they're understood as these like connective conduits for others. And so then you have, artists like Trumbull or someone who's not coming from a privileged background that realizes these women are actually the way to sort of make their way into a different society or patronage, and end up being, I think they are genuine friendships. I don't think they're contrived. And that's something else about maybe even the visibility of their discussions. I think one thing I encountered with a lot of the letters that especially are making their way to and from the US is that they were not private. So it was pretty much understood that letter, whether through the triangulation of a correspondent or if it did happen to go through a mail system, it was pretty feasible that it would get read by someone else. Like that was not a bit of private correspondence. So I think there's this awareness of extra eyes on things. Yeah.
So, final question, last minute.
Just a final comment. It was something I was going to talk about tomorrow, but I'll just mention it. When we're studying women, often it is so wonderful to find the woman and to find the archival information, that our focus is on that, on biography, on description. And I just want to encourage everyone to bring the architecture back into the conversation, Just something to think about.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. So I just want to express my gratitude to Dr. Rock for allowing me to moderate this session, and also to the University of Kansas. And also, I want to give special thanks to the speakers who have done a very remarkable work researching and bringing new light to these fantastic topics. So I think now we are going to have a visit. Consuelo will talk about this. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Alban. Thank you, everyone, for your wonderful presentation, and also, for the Q&A, which I think is very stimulating. Also, for tomorrow morning roundtable, we can pick some insights. Well, they said that now we have a visit. So the schedule at the Galleria Spada was done yesterday. So we will be going to visit the San Luigi de Francesi, the church where the chapel of Plotilla Bricci is located. And the visit will be led again by Simone Andreoni. I saw him around. I don't know where he is, but he should be here. And then we will start over at 3:30 and with session number 4, the politics of gender in building. I anticipated that Jaroslav Pietrasks, sorry for my pronunciation, won't be presenting his paper because he is in an academic commitment and duty. So he just asks to send his apologies, but he won't be with us. And then today we're proud and honored to have among us Professor Anuradha Chatterjee. Okay, you will tell me exactly how to pronounce your name. She will be delivering the keynote speech later today. So I just ask you a favor. The church is going to be closing at 12:45. It is kind of 10 minutes walking from here, so we should speed up a little bit. And then enjoy your lunch and see you later. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break, good lunch, good food. You liked the chapel, the Villa Bricis Chapel in San Luigi de Francesi. And so welcome back. Welcome back to this session number 4, the politics of gender in building. Will be a very intense afternoon. We have 3-4 talks, as I anticipated this morning. Dr. Jaroslav Pietraszk won't be with us for that academic commitment. And well, tea break as usual, discussion, and today's session will be closed with the keynote, with the speech of our keynote speaker, Dr. Anuradha Chatterjee. Well, the session, today's session, the politics of gender in buildings. It is a very, as all the others, or the other topics, of course, we covered during these 2 intense days. A very important topic, which was born almost 20 years ago, and I like to remember the edited book volume by Helen Hill's Architecture and the Politics of Gender in Early Modern Europe, which has a very important, groundbreaking volume in terms of how, the relations of women public space and women architecture, and how women has gotten or shown the public prestige, which will be the first topic Dr. Elena Diez-Jorge will talk about. A topic which was, by the way, of course, continued over the course of the last 20 years. And I want to remember, because I think that is very matching with all the other subjects of this afternoon. The 2012, yes, it was 2012 book by Sara Galletti, which covered the relation between the matronage of Maria de' Medici during the construction of the Palais de Luxembourg, which has been groundbreaking as the book edited by Helen Hills. The very recent volume by Bruce Edelstein from Syracuse and New York University Florence program, and who published last year Eleanor of Toledo and the Creation of the Bubbly Garden, which investigates the role of Eleanor in the creation and designing and dealing with the bubbly garden. And while right between all these scholars I have just mentioned, it is with a great honor and yes, great honor that I want to welcome Maria Elena Diez-Jorge, who is a specialist in Mudéjar art. And we have been knowing each other now for almost 20 years, and we met in a conference, an international conference, where young scholars speaking of our dreams and our common field of investigation. And Maria Elena has published among extensive bibliography Mujeres y Arquitectura, Cristianas y Mudéjares en la Construcción. It was 2011. And I want to make you present her last important work, Sentir la Casa, Emociones y Cultura Material en los siglos XV, XVI, from 2022. And well, Maria Elena, the stage is yours. Thanks.
Okay. Can
Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Consuelo Loyobrigida. It's a pleasure for me to be here. The title of my presentation is Prestige of Women Through Architecture in the 16th Century in Spain. I divide this talk, this short presentation, in 4 or 5 parts. The first topic that I want to speak is what is prestige? The Latin word prestigium evokes ideas such as illusion, artifice, and magic, but this contemporary meaning relates it to other Latin concepts such as dignitas and autoritas. Prestige is based on agreements on a system of distinct codes and rules shared by each society. This notion articulates 3 complementary meanings. First, the association with individuals or a group distinguished in some way. Second, the designation of action that allow the display of social distinction and make it visible. And third, the strategies pursued. In this sense, it is important to analyze the motivations, personal, family, religious, political, solidarity, cultural, that draw women to promote architectural works. It is also necessary to recover the strategies developed to occupy spaces and relationships initially and formally not linked to women. Traditionally, prestige has been linked to men and their public image. There are not many studies on the prestige of women in history. It is important to note that there is not a single concept of prestige throughout history, but different use of a notion that has been modulated and nuanced over time. The prestige that women could access throughout history has been largely related to a beneficial and altruistic action linked to improving the living conditions of their communities, groups, and cities. They were involved in the construction, remodeling, and beautification of buildings, acting as patrons and organizers of cultural life, mediating in conflicts of political, social, or military order, and organizing humanitarian action. Thus, sometimes without breaking established gender roles, they seized the opportunities to have a presence, even leadership roles in collective social spaces and relationships. This brought them prestige that, in some cases, transcends their own time, creating a subtle thread of women's seemingly invisible memory, a memory sometimes captured in chronicles and texts from later periods. The second point is prestige, women, and architecture. Regarding architectural promotion, one must ask who was more worthy of recognition, the commissioner or the executing hand? Undoubtedly, what has been passed down to us from the narrative of the 16th century is the memory of the people who exercised patronage. That was the person who received prestige in 16th century. But around a building, there are other cycles, and it is not less true that the executors could be recognized to a greater or lesser extent. When a specific architect or craftsman or craftswoman was commissioned, it was because of their skill, and that also implied a certain social recognition in their status. Undoubtedly, an effective tool for gaining this prestige was through architecture, among other artistic expressions. For example, through funerary spaces. They could perpetuate their lineage and memory, but also through buildings and constructions that contributed to the common good, such as the foundation of hospitals, hospices, and even convents that had an impact on the economic activity of a city. The architectural promotion of women in the city meant enhancing their image. The research on women's prestige in history has been limited, although some relevant publications in recent decades have focused on women's agency in public spaces, which closely linked to prestige. Since 1998, I have been studying the connection between women and architecture, exploring various aspects such as promotion. For example, that image is an example of the Queen Isabella of Castile's financing the construction of the San Francisco convent in the then recently conquered Alhambra of Granada, and her desire to be buried there. Other aspect is the distinct or shared spaces, like the 16th century houses in Sevilla, with a specific area designated Service of Women, Servicio de Mujeres, which was for maids and domestic staff, showcasing the interplay of gender and class in the special separation of houses. And the third, women and the construction site. This example, women who install architectural ceramics in the Christian renovation works at the Alhambra, and they are physically present on the construction site. I've published extensive research on this topic, but today I want to explore the prestige in the promoters. Significant progress has been made, particularly in Spain, with an interesting bibliography emerging around the recognition of women as promoters, patrons of the arts, and agents of cultural life. While there has been a particular focus on the aristocratic realm in the 16th century, other sectors related to architecture deserve attention. And in the text for the publication coordinated by Shelley Roof, some interesting works will be mentioned on which I cannot dwell at the moment. It's crucial not only concentrate on these are some publications, Arquitectura y Mujeres en la Historia, Mujeres y Arquitectura, that said Consuelo, Las Mujeres y la Ciudad en Granada. It's crucial not only to concentrate on noble women, but also to consider women from common classes who acquired and bought properties, and to highlight how some of them acquired and purchased real estate, and how their names were identified with those properties. These perspectives calls for a more intersectional view of prestige, acknowledging that recognition wasn't exclusive to queens and nobles. Particularly among those from common classes, these strategies haven't been thoroughly studied to date. It is evident that the desire for progress in life has often led to social recognition, both then and now. The variation lies in the objectives and self-promotion, whether aiming to ingratiate oneself among other elites, or to seek recognition from peers as a skilled artisan. In recognition seeking is not exclusive to the highest echelons of society. A notable distinction is that women from certain classes sought prestige with a documented intent to perpetuate their name and lineage even after death. Thus, analyzing strategies for prestige involves understanding how these women aim to live in perpetuity in the city's memory. It's a document of archive with memoria perpetua, no? The memoria perpetua, that it's right in the document. Prestige and religious piety is other point. My study delves into how prestige was sought through religious piety, primarily through convent foundations. Founding a convent provided women with prestige, power, social influence, and ensured the perpetuation of their memory and lineage. Investing in these foundations was regarded as honorable, decent, and a testament to their religious piety. Following the Establishment Council of Trent, the location of these convents within cities enhanced its visibility and transformed the urban area. Something I recently had published in a book coordinated by Consuelo Lollobrigida highlights the significant numbers of convents funded by women in the city of Granada, and whose foundation was documented in the later accounts of various scholars who wrote about Granada in the 17th century, which emphasized her importance and their subsequent presence in the city's collective memory. This is a map of the city of Granada with the female convents. Apart from convents, women also funded major chapels as burial sites, a space to showcase their power and magnificence for themselves and their lineage. While such actions have historical precedents, a notable example close to the 16th century is María de Luna, daughter of Álvaro de Luna and Juana Pimentel. She resumed the construction of her father's funerary chapel in Toledo Cathedral, considering her the intellectual protagonist of the program. Similarly, Mencía de Mendoza y Haro, the wife of the Constable of Castile, Pedro Fernández de Velasco, she, Mencía de Mendoza, was a promoter not only of the Cordón Palace in Burgos, but also of the Constable Chapel in Burgos. Both women introduced architectural and artistic novelties in their promotions. In the 16th century, burial sites could become a celebration of values to emulate and almost transform the deceased into illustrious figures. While women may have displayed greater modesty, adhering to the decorum norms of the time, they exhibited significant concern for the afterlife, ensuring the remembrance of their memory and soul through masses and burials. An outstanding example is María Manrique, Duquess of Terranova, who, as a widow, promoted and funded a major chapel with an iconographic program as a burial site for herself and her husband, elevating her figure and introducing the Renaissance in Granada. It is evident that she was aware that her work would be etched in memory, bringing her social recognition and prestige. Far from anonymity, during the 16th century, it was customary to put the name of people of a certain social rank on the epitaph of their tombs, sometimes indicating their place of birth, their lineage, or their descent. It was a way to preserve their name with their honors and virtues. This practice was common to both men and women. According to the social class, we will find tombstones that were in the main chapel or presbytery. Normally, it was the case of the patrons, and logically, they were people of important lineages. Funeral chapels were also frequently erected, on the sides of the church, and the closer they were to the presbytery, the more important the deceased person was presumed to be. Those classes with slightly less power were located at the foot of the church. The fact of being a mother was one of the qualities that stood out in women, and the most relevant is the main chapel, carried out by Leonor Manrique, in which she left testimony of her promotion with an inscription under the framework stating the following. I don't know, it's there. Esta capilla mandó hacer y dotar. I put the translation there. It's a detail of the beginning of the inscription that runs along the entire presbytery of the Church of San Jose in Granada, which states that the chapel was commissioned by Leonor Manrique. Her name was engraved for the memory as the maker and founder of this architecture that she promoted. Not only is she mentioned first as a remarkable, I think, aspect, since it was common for the name of the man to appear first in the inscriptions, but it also shows her virtues, as men did with her heroic deeds. In her case, hers are her marriage and having given birth to a son, being a mother, even though he died at an early age. Finally, I would like to focus now on the role that these women exercise through houses. I want to continue with this example of Leonor Manrique. The personal projection through the main houses is evidently known by women, and some of them choose to lead and promote its construction. In 1505, after the death of her husband, Leonor Manrique took advantage of her comfortable economic situation to dedicate herself directly to the promotion and patronage of architecture and art. She became the main patron of the Church of San Jose. There, on a nearby lot, she built her palatial house at the same time that the neighboring church was being built. After the death of Leonor Manrique, her daughter, Elvira Carrillo, made important modifications to the house, provided in it, among other things, with a passageway that connected it to the neighboring church. There are other women, but I don't have time to explain them. But as we can see, the construction and renovation of this palace always fell into the hands of the women of the family, maintaining the prestige of their lineage and themselves. By their names disappear, and today it is known as Palacio Almirante, alluding to her husband. The last point is the difference between men and women. As we have seen, women will. There's no discussion in this. There have been cases where this architectural agency was more prominent in the women of the lineage, such as the case of the Mendoza family, where it has been verified that the ladies of the family are the ones who most initiate projects of urban transformation through palaces, gardens, hospitals, convents, chapels. They seek and achieve prestige through architecture. Are there differences compared to men? Do they think about architecture differently? There are some nuances influenced by social issues. For example, it's common for women to seek prestige through piety and religiosity, while men do so through military virtues. But in other cases, the agency of that women does not differ from what men could do, from promoting renovations to creating new houses and buildings, and not only with traditional styles, but also with transgressive ones. Although we cannot assume they were always ahead of certain styles, as sometimes they did not want to be and preferred to demonstrate their power within the patriarchal language itself, as has been evident in the case of medieval tombs, as Jessica Berker, for example, has written. I opened the quotation marks. The conservative appearance of the tombs can thus be seen as an essential tool of feminist agency, enunciating power in a visual language that was both comprehensible and acceptable within a patriarchal system. Close the quotation marks. And indeed, we can think at the first glance that there may be no significant difference between a man and a woman. The same artists, same materials. However, gender must be considered, and it is important to reveal that this agency was carried out by a woman. Even if she did the same things as men, since they were not equal in society, it was perceived differently. And then the prestige through architecture was perceived with different nuances if it had been promoted by a woman. In this sense, we can speak of the concept and use the concept of matronage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria Elena. Your presentation is really addressing a lot of interesting consideration. We will be able to do either later today or tomorrow during our round table. Well, now next presentation is by Karen Gogus, or Sharon, or Gagus, thank you. And so Karen is from Istanbul Culture University, and she is going to deliver a speech on self-representation of Ottoman women through public projects.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to organizers. So yes, I mean, using architecture to represent authority and to exist in public space has been a common practice among the ruling elite throughout history. In some cultures, such as in European countries, this is accomplished through building intentional monuments, which are structures representing a person and the ideas they want to be associated with. In Muslim countries like the Ottoman Empire, which is the setting of this paper, how prolific people could represent themselves in public space was for a long time vastly different. The idea of a monument as a signifier for an individual was non-existent and even unacceptable in these countries until the beginning of the 20th century. In the Ottoman Empire, where the image of sultans was not presented for public consumption, architecture became the most visible and permanent form of imperial imagery, and the sultans, their family, and the ruling elite became patrons to legitimize and publicly acknowledge the imperial power by building mosques, hospitals, as you can see here, schools, and so on. These buildings, although not strictly classifiable as personal monuments, were definitely monumental and representative of their patrons. This personal representation accomplished in a restricted environment is something I also examined in my dissertation, which was about the Kaiser Wilhelm Fountain in Istanbul, which was built by the German Emperor Wilhelm II in 1901. I had aimed in my examination to conceptualize the fountain as a German monument. During my research for this paper, my starting point was to do something similar for the monumental constructions of female benefactors during the Ottoman Empire, to understand the tactics these women might have used to carve a place for themselves in the public space. In the end, what I found compelling was the way, especially through the site choice, how some of them attach their image to the woman of the past, and doing so, how they emphasize their feminine existence instead of suppressing it. So I know you cannot read it, but at least to see the quantity of it. These are some of the projects of the women and their projects, and this is only the first slide, so you can see how many they are. From the start of the empire, this opportunity for creation was also open to women, who, according to Islamic law, could actually own property through many different means, such as mahr, which is a kind of dowry, or their income from their foundations, or commercial means, or so on. Their social status, age, and wealth determined the intensity or shape of their presence, but even with these limitations, they still were proudly present in the public sphere. In the Ottoman Empire, where even the Sultan was physically absent from the public eye, the visibility of these women seemed to have been proportionally equal to the men of their status. And yeah, this is the second half. To examine these buildings as representative monuments for their benefactors, some of their characteristics must be chosen to analyze. And if we are going to categorize them in a fluent conceptual framework of a monument, these can be their architecture, the site chosen, and also their performative presence in everyday life, such as, for example, ceremonies, if there are any around them. Because we find ourselves in the realm of an Islamic country where representative architectural works are supposed to have a legitimate function, we can add the function of the building to this list. And although these buildings being functionally very important in the areas they were built, there were no ceremonies actually connected to them. So we can leave that out. So to understand these monuments, quote unquote, I focused on the choice of function, the architecture, and the site, is what I'm trying to say. So starting with the function, in the early era of the Ottoman Empire, the construction projects belonging to women were mostly mosques. They are small buildings with usually one dome. And in addition to this, sometimes they actually also built hermitages or soup kitchens as well. During this era, some women, again, as I said, soup kitchens as well. However, there's also some evidence of restrictions on the choice of function when it comes to women benefactors, again, in the early era. For example, during the reign of Mehmet II, when there was a lot of madrasas being built, madrasa that came up yesterday as well as a higher education building, we do see women usually didn't build them. And there are many different ideas why that might be. Some say because they were not profitable, and some say actually because the syllabus of a madrasa was determined by the founder, it was frowned upon if the founder is a woman. We are not sure about that. But in the classical era, that means after 16th century, as the power of royal women increased, they built bigger projects with different functions. For example, we do see two from the 16th century here. The one on the left is Haseki Hürrem Sultan complex, who was the wife of Kanuni Sultan Selim. And then, did I say? Kanuni Süleyman, sorry. Anyway, and on the right, you can see Atikvalide Sultan complex. Both of which, as you can see, in addition to a mosque, has actually a madrasa, the building that I said they couldn't build, and also hospitals and caravansarais and so on. We also know, for example, Hürrem Sultan, who was the daughter of Kanuni Sultan Süleyman, actually built an aqueduct in between Mount Ararat and Mecca, which is also not uncommon. They do that. built such creations or buildings. Hatice Turhan Sultan in the 17th century, the first building project she did was 2 fortresses on both sides of Dardanelles Strait. So military buildings, again, something actually we wouldn't connect to a woman benefactor. So what I'm trying to say is, as they become more and more powerful in the political sphere, the functions they chose to spend their money became various as well. And they are actually very similar to male benefactors. There's not much of a difference. When we look at the styles of the buildings, the same thing kind of goes here as well. It is known that architectural benefactors in some cases were presented with elevation drawings or three-dimensional models for their buildings. However, research in general shows that it does not seem likely that they in general, male and female, had a tangible influence on the design or the construction itself, although they might have made some personal requests regarding material or decorations of the buildings. The general characteristics were determined by the dominant architecture of the time. Here you see the first 3 eras of Ottoman architecture, and these buildings generally show the characteristics of those time periods. If we compare the buildings commissioned by male and female benefactors, as I said, there's not a substantial difference reflected in the architecture. The real determinant seems to be the benefactor standing in the palace hierarchy. In this case, for example, as an example, on the middle row, you do see 2 mosques with 2 minarets, which is actually a signifier of the Sultan's mosques and shows you that these 2 women were obviously strong enough in the hierarchy that they could do that. Funnily enough, Mihrimah Sultan's mosque in Üsküdar has also 2 minarets, but Edirne Kapı, which was built later, has only 1, and people speculate because maybe she was at that time a widow and was lesser or had not as much power as she did when she was building the one in Üsküdar. And these are the later time periods of Ottoman architecture. Again, the same thing goes. As I said before, the decoration program of the building might actually show a certain personal preference. And there is valuable research on this, such as Aynur Durukan's research on Selçuk-era female benefactor project, or Nina Ergin's, for example, research on Atik Valide Sultan Mosque, which talks about the verses specifically and how they complemented the ideas, most probably, of Nurbanu Sultan. Lastly, as I said, I am going to talk about the sites. Now, this is, again, I forgot to tell you that list is something that I made, so I am sure there are some missing. And this is according to that list. These are places where the women have built. In general, the idea was before 16th century, usually they built where they lived. And before the 16th century, because they were sent to sanjaks, which are, let's say, cities outside of the capital, with their sons, they built there. But after the 16th century, because they had started to stay in Istanbul, they actually started to build in Istanbul as well. You can see some of the examples here, for example, in Istanbul. And they also, again, after 16th century, as you can see, they actually built in areas like Holy Lands, far away from the capital itself. Again, the site is where I actually found this emphasis on an already existing female presence, and want to focus on some specific examples of that right now. The first project that I am going to talk about is Haseki Hürrem Sultan Complex, which is in Istanbul in Arcadius Forum back in the Byzantine era. But in Ottoman times, it was actually called the Women's Bazaar, or Avrat Pazarı in Turkish. The reason for that is actually can be seen on the miniature on the right. This was a bazaar where women personally could come out, sell and buy things, which was, again, I'm sure you can imagine, not a very common thing for women to do in the Ottoman era. In the miniature, you can see the Arcadius column, which was called, again, Woman's Stone back in the Ottoman era, which is also not standing anymore. And you can, on the left, see the women who are buying and selling livestock and so on. Anyway, so this was a legitimate way for the woman to be a part of the city life. The reason this area was chosen for Hürrem's mosque is most probably it was kind of it is seen as a declaration for her and the empire's concern for their female subjects. And we can also see that because the complex worked with the bazaar, they actually sold produce from their gardens. And also there was a hospital inside of the complex which served women from every ethnic and religious background. Evliya Çelebi, who's a very well-known Ottoman traveler / writer, says that the choice for this site was kind of a gift by Kanuni to Hürrem, so that she can again show her concern for her female subjects. But it seems like Hürrem herself, at least for her bigger projects, wanted to contribute to areas with already a rich female history. Her mosque in Jerusalem, unfortunately, the picture of which I couldn't find, was also built in area which was rich with a history of benefactor women. It was the neighborhood was, from what I can find, women's neighborhood, but I really have to do more research on this. It was the place where it is believed to be the place of Helena, the mother of Emperor Constantine, had actually built a soup kitchen back in the Byzantine era. And also there was a woman here, a Mamluk woman, who had become a Muslim after being enslaved, had lived for a while and was a very charitable person. So it feels like that Hürrem, for one thing, wanted to build in areas which had a very heavy female presence, but also with a history that she could also connect personally, let's say, because she was also a woman who had become Muslim after being enslaved. Of course, she's only freed after her marriage to Kanuni Sultan Süleyman. So the second project, which maybe did not start as a tribute to historical female presence in an area, but itself started such a presence, is the Mihrimah Sultan. Again, as I said, daughter of Kanuni Sultan Süleyman. Mihrimah Sultan complex in Üsküdar, and you can see two minarets here, for example, again. Actually, there was another, I'm going to show you the map of Üsküdar in a moment, but there was another complex which was built by a royal woman here before Mihrimah, but just like 7 years before. This is built in 1547. Gülfem Hatun's is 1540, and she was also a wife of Kanuni Sultan Süleyman. So what we see here is, Üsküdar is there, as you can see on the right, and on the left down below, you can see the old peninsula with Topkapı Palace and so on. After Mihrimah's and Gülfem's complex, 3 more complexes were built by royal women in Üsküdar. In 1571, as you can see, Atikvalide Sultan complex was built, and then in 17th century, Kösem Sultan's Çinili complex, and in the beginning of 18th century, there is the Yeni Valide complex, very close by to Mihrimah Sultan. There are also 2 other projects which you cannot see in the map, unfortunately, which were built by 2 sultans for their mothers in and around Üsküdar as well. This is by Mustafa II and Abdülhamit I, the Ayazma complex and the Beylerbeyi Mosque, again, for their mothers under their names. So significant urban development can be observed in Üsküdar, especially after the construction of Gülfem, Nurbanu, and Kösem Sultan's complexes, which were built in areas with almost no built urban environment around them. And so we can say that Üsküdar was shaped by these women whose presence in this area followed each other. So I didn't have time to explain this, but women couldn't actually built in the center. That means in and around Topkapı Palace and the Old Peninsula, and also a little bit to the north as well. So for a very, very long time. That changes again with the 19th century and so on. But what we see here is with this chain reaction of constructions, they actually create another center, which is right opposite to Topkapı Palace. And it's actually a very, let's say, easy, quote unquote, connection with the boat. And lastly, the last project that I'm going to talk about is the Yeni Valide complex in Eminönü. This is a very very researched project by Shanojak. If you don't know, it's a perfect read on this account. But it is an interesting example of female patrons building on the legacy of another female predecessor. It was built by two different Valide sultans, and what we see here is actually not a positive correlation between these patrons, more like an opposition that is created between them. What happens is this. It starts with Safiye Sultan and then is ended by Hatice Turhan Sultan. Safiye Sultan's project is criticized because of expenses, as it was built without resources seized from a military campaign, which had become the norm in the Ottoman Empire, and because the confiscation of the land of the project from mostly Jewish population was handled improperly and unjustly. And what Hatice Turhan Sultan does here is, first of all, actually because she is finishing a project which was left unfinished, she is correcting a wrong, because think about that whole area was just standing empty with only the foundation, and she is spending far less than if she were to build a completely new project. And also through the confiscation of the area, because there needs to be again confiscation, which is again from minorities, she uses the Islamization ideology in a sense to make it much more palatable and also create a more just image for herself, let's say, than Safiye Sultan. So she positions herself on contrast to the Safiye Sultan to represent herself. So this type of reference to women who came before to establish a favorable image for oneself in whatever chosen context is something we see a lot in history. I'm not going to give you examples from Europe. As you know, there is many. In the Ottoman Empire, we see this generally in written references in the inscriptions of buildings or the dedications in vakfiyes or poems and so on. For example, Safiye Sultan is likened to Mary and Rabia, who is an Arab Muslim saint, and also Balkis, queen of Sheba, as a queen. We also see this in Mihrimah Sultan's Vakfiye, where she is praised with references to all of the important women from Islamic history, like innocence of Fatma, purity of Hatice, and so on and so forth, Rabia and Zubaydah of her time. The power of any female royal family member in the Ottoman Empire depended on their perceived influence on the formally recognized authority, the male authority figure in their family. Especially as a mother, their internal right to protect and guide their children was essential for their power to be accepted, which actually, I think, transformed their femininity from a disparagement of their right to rule to an integral part of their power. As, for example, Nurbanu Sultan's official silhouette, she was the one who carried Sultan Murad in her belly for 9 months. In conclusion, I believe with carefully chosen sites with a particular female existence, these women aim to create a favorable representation for themselves, the aspects of which would be reflected, highlighted by the history of the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon or Karen, for to have highlighted this she has really gave us this important mapping of presence of women as constructors in commissioners of architecture in the Ottoman world. So I personally found it very interesting and inspiring too. But again, consideration for later today. Well, as announced, Yaroslav Pietrowski is not here. I mean, will be one presenting his paper, and so I will say that we can have our tea break time, and it is 4:25. And if we can anticipate 5 minutes earlier our second part of the session, I think it's can be good. So it's 4:45 instead of 40 or 4:50. And well, see you. You know the way. And so yes, see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. The second and last session, part of our section. So next speaker is Konrad Niemira, and he's delivering a talk titled "Architecture, Literature, and Sexual Agency in Helena Radziwill's Arcadia Landscape Garden." Konrad Niemira is from the Museum of Literature, the Polish Academy of Science in Warsaw. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Thanks to the organizer for making this event possible, and thanks also to the Institute, Adam Mickiewicz Institute, that sponsored my trip to Rome. So if any officials are watching, that's why I included the logo, because they were really generous. Unfortunately, before me, Jarosław Pietrzak should be presenting his presentation about the Polish nuns, and we're moving to the topic of sexual agency. So a little bit different, but we are still in Poland. In September 1812, a young Polish aristocrat, Atanazy Raczyński, undertook a trip to a landscape garden, Arcadia, not far away from Warsaw. He was accompanied by 2 high-born women and 2 French diplomats. Given the presence of the latter, it would be reasonable to assume that the trip was semi-political in nature. Just 3 months earlier, in June 1812, Napoleon had transformed the recently created Duchy of Warsaw into the Kingdom of Warsaw and had set to conquer Moscow himself. One of the sons of Arcadia's owner, Helena Radziwiłł, served in his army. She herself, however, was reputed to be a staunch supporter of Russia and Prussia, and her other son Antoni was married to a Prussian princess, Louisa Hohenzollern. Fortunately for the hostess, the visit of Raczyński and the French diplomats proceeded in a jovial mood. The young count's attention was focused not on family conflicts and political matters, but on the park established by Helena more than 30 years earlier. In his diary, he devoted quite a few pages to it, describing in detail the pavilions he saw and their extravagant furnishings. He not only described, but also drew several of the buildings. In addition, he also devoted some space to the hostess herself. He described her succinctly but decisively as an, I quote, an old, 60-year-old trollop with a nose smeared with snuff, a fat belly, and a coachman or some such as a lover. In the pages of Raczyński's diary, Radziwiłł appeared many times, always in the context of Arcadia, seen as a work of art of the highest quality, or her libertine lifestyle. I'm not quoting the description, but he's very harsh with her. She's always described as a so-called loose woman. For those readers even vaguely familiar with the extensive literature on Arcadia, Raczyński's word may cause confusion. The park, founded by Radziwiłł, is usually interpreted as an expression of her escapist tendencies, a kind of Masonic rebus, a park mausoleum, or simply an expression of following the fashions of the time. Raczyński's point of view, which mentioned Helena's building investments and bedroom antiques in one breath, is not to be found in any of the latter narratives. This does not mean, however, that we should regard it as steeped in misogyny and therefore of no material substance. Perhaps Raczyński simply saw what she wanted him to see. Perhaps the park did indeed embody the sexual and political prowess of its founder. This is inferred by what is known about her unconventional personality. When Helena married Michał Radziwiłł, a magnate with a pro-St. Petersburg political orientation who regularly received donations from the Russian ambassador, it was said that despite her young age and limited fortune, she chose her husband herself. Shortly after her marriage, Michał became Speaker of the Sejm, which legitimized the partitions carried carried out on the lands of Poland by the neighboring powers. He invested the money he received from the Russians in buying an extravagant estate located about 80 kilometers west from Warsaw in Nieborów. In the years that followed, he furnished this residence and transformed the surrounding gardens. After moving to Nieborów, Helena, enjoying more and more freedom, also became interested in architecture and gardening. In around 1778, when she was pregnant for the fourth time, she began trying to acquire ownership of the land bordering her husband's estate. Although she only received confirmation of their acquisition in 1780, she had already begun the work on transforming them into a landscape garden. Probably in around 79, together with Dresden-trained architect Simon Gottlieb Zug, she was who had previously worked for her husband. She drew up a design for the park and brought in engineers and workers. Their main task was to divert the course of the river running close to the village, build an artificial cascade, and dig out a lake. Probably at the time, a wooden house was built on the bank of the pond, and perhaps also 2 rural pavilions at the entrance to the garden. After receiving the ownership deeds, Helena started making major investments. And already I will cut 2 pages. I will simply show you those investments. It's Sibyl's Grotto, the temple that the bedroom was installed in, an aqueduct that served as a bridge, archpriest's apartment that contains a bathroom and the baths, the arch, the tombs, the gate of the time, the kitchen, and so on and so on. The circus, amphitheater, the Swiss house, and a monumental urn. In society, she was regarded as a creator of Arcadia. We know this reputation was rooted in reality. According to one account, Helena herself planted the trees in the garden. She at last supervised the gardeners personally on several occasions. Helena wrote openly to her husband about the problems she encountered on the construction sites. And in letters exchanged with Princess Izabela Czartoryska, she shared her knowledge of the market for building and decorative materials. Her legacy includes several architectural drawings testifying to her interest in the practical aspects of design. In the circles of the royal court, Helena was referred as the, I quote, sister of architecture, and painter Marcello Bacciarelli, was actually trained in Rome, planned to portray her with the attributes of this art. It is known that she was passionately involved in matters concerning interior design. She sometimes even assembled the smaller elements of the decor herself. She exchanged letters with artists such as French painter Jean-Pierre Norbin de la Gourdenne or the stucco artist Gioacchino Staggi. Her good relations with artists were recorded by the draftsman Zygmunt Vogel. However, Helena's artistic initiatives were not solely the result of her individual passions. In her selection of contractors, she was often guided by the politics and repeatedly employed artists associated with the Warsaw court. And eventually, when Poland collapsed, she was hiring the artists from the new courts, from Petersburg, Berlin, Vienna, Dresden, and so on, always choosing like really important ones. Please notice the presence of the famous paintress Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun. Guests who were friends of Helena recalled that during a guided tour of Arcadia, she would explain to them the solutions used and competently elaborate upon decisions as an investor. However, those who were received on an official footing noted that more complex formal nature, noted the more complex formal nature of the visit. Guests were invited into the world of fiction, and Arcadia was presented to them as a totally real, yet magical land. For the purposes of those theatricalized visits, she would dress up in a costume of Armida, the heroine of Torquato Tasso poem Gerusalemme Liberata. So she showed the guests around in the guise of a pagan sorceress, known for luring Christian knights to her castle to imprison them or keep with her in a lovesick stupor. Through the use of the costume, she let her guests know that the rules of the etiquette did not apply to her. She also directly addressed the rumors circulating in Warsaw that she was capable of ensnaring men. Helena's flaunting of her sexual prowess may come as a surprise. However, it should be remembered that in this case, it had a practical purpose. In the 80s, her lovers included King Stanislas August, the Russian ambassador Otto von Stackelberg, Prince Michał Patz, and the English envoy Charles Whitworth. And in the next decade, again, another Russian ambassador, Jakob von Sievers. Due to the presence on this list of the king and the Russian diplomats, who de facto acted as governors of the Russian Empire, Radzivill's dressing up as a femme fatale should be considered as an example of her political influence and a perverse reference to the accusation of a national treason leveled against her by the Polish Republicans at this time. During the walk through Arcadia, and the route is known because she published in Berlin a guide, who I also found a few years ago, the manuscript written by her in French. So during the walk through Arcadia, several ideological themes were developed. One of the most important was the love motif, which was already made apparent at the entrance to the garden. Helena introduced her guests to Arcadia through the cottages of Philemon and Baucis, ironically a married couple, they never cheat on each other. An inscription was placed between the cottages, on ne jouit d'un bien dont on connaît partage, using the ambiguous verb jouir, meaning both to enjoy and to bring pleasure. The theme of love recurred in inscriptions scattered around the park. Sometimes they presented the owner as a sweet hostess, giving shelter to shepherds. At other times, they invited people to interact with the features of the park. For example, in the archipriced apartment between a water fountain and a stucco bas-relief depicting a naked woman giving a drink to a monster, there is an inscription, L'espérance nourrit une chimère et la vie s'écoule, suggesting that the water from the spring in front of which the visitor stands may have magical properties and allow him a moment of oblivion. The love theme also returned in the invocations of the altars placed around the park and in the name of one of the islands. According to the guidebook, the altars refer to hope, love, friendship, gratitude, and recollections, and one of the islands were dedicated to indifference. Therefore, names which recreated the stages of male-female love affair as we know it, for example, from the maps of fictional islands of love, etc., popular in the 17th century. Love was also present in the garden mains pavilion, the temple. In the 80s, there was already a statue of Cupid standing in the vestibule. The vaulted ceiling of the salon was decorated with an unusual representation with aurora, dawn, depicted with wings and a torch. Thus, in the same way, the hymen, the god of the marriage, was presented at the time, for example, by Fragonard. In the 90s, further depictions of Cupid were added. A copy of painting by Vigée-Lebrun, you can see the boy here. Now the original is in Berlin. A sculptor group depicting Cupid and Psyche, and the plafond depicting the same pair of lovers. Those who were not convinced about the purpose of the pavilion, even with all the images of Cupid, were accosted at the exit. On the wall to the temple, on the side which adjoined the bedroom, there was an altar and a statue of Satyr, a god known for his licentiousness. This decoration was provocatively called the Shrine of the Pan. And Pan in Polish means the Pan like in mythology, but also a man. So it was devoted to the masculine sexuality. In the context of saturating the interior and exterior of the building with the themes of love, it should come as no surprise that in the guidebook, Helena referred to the temple as temple of love or nature, and the people who visited the temple often called it the temple of Cupid. Love was also present in the garden through means considered in literature and folklore to be magical instruments of seduction. This included mainly heady scents and fumes. Numerous censers and altars for burning offerings were placed in the garden space. Plants may have had a similar effect. We know that the eastern entrance to the temple was planted with flowers, and from the western exit, there was an avenue laid up with jasmine. So, the shrub with a very strong scent, which, again, in Polish folklore was believed that when the woman is giving powerful scent to the man, she will, do the magic trick, and suddenly he is under her influence. The same was done with the nightstand, and this is also a very interesting building, completely demolished. It was composed with the 8 huge glass surfaces. It was completely transparent, even if it was created at the beginning of the 19th century. And this nightstand was surrounded by encircled with the lilacs. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. Fragrances were also used in the interiors. A vessel with rose water was placed in the vestibule of the temple. The walls of the bedroom and the study were lined with the mahogany. And in addition, orange, myrrh, and jasmine trees were positioned in the temple salons, and censers were hung from the ceiling. You can see it on the picture. The aromas of the park had a strong effect on some visitors. The sources confirm that one of the diplomats fainted. In this context, it is worth remembering that the owner had prepared a number of facilities for men whose knees were weak. In the ninth tent, there was a white satin sofa awaiting them. In the temple, there was a bed, chaise-longue, and another sofa in a Turkish style. Visitors were also guided to the park's erotic function using more subtle means. Although it was originally planned to place a bathing room in the basement of the temple, it was ultimately decided to move the bathing room, to another pavilion. Separating the bedroom from the bathroom could suggest to the visitors that after washing herself, Helena strolled through the garden in a negligee. Of course, the garden's amorous theme changed over time. After the death of Helena's eldest daughter in 1796, vanitas themes were increasingly emphasized in the garden, and around 1800, it was decided to build a gigantic chapel in form of an urn. And this is a very interesting building, demolished, because when people entered this gigantic urn, they have to open the doors with their hands. So they were like resurrecting from the grave, like moving the cover of the coffin. So it was really opening for the interaction. And it's very unusual, even for the architecture of this time, this kind of interactive solutions. Despite this, love motifs did not disappear from the garden. New amorous investments, however, became more subtle. A typical example of such an implementation is the Swiss house, where Helena installed a huge salon decorated almost exclusively with panels of crystal and mirrors. This extravagant solution clearly alluded to the decoration of boudoirs, so rooms used for the amorous tastes, commissioned by European elites. Like in Paris, you've got Comte d'Artois, who's got the boudoir filled with mirrors. We know also that Louis XV also had a similar room in his palace. They also resonated with the decoration of pleasure rooms known from fiction. To mention the libertine novels by Jean-François de Bastide, La Petite Maison, or then a novel by Dominique Vivant-Denon, Pont du Lendemain. Lastly, they referred to motifs known from so-called fairy tales. In these works, the theme of a luxurious palace surrounded by a garden erected by a magical spirit and made of crystal, gold, silver, agate, and so on, recurred almost obsessively. From the accounts of visitors to Arcadia, we learn that they easily picked up on those references and described the park as a work of art created by a magical spirit or a fairy. So they called Helena that she is a fairy that has the power to create magical architecture just like that. Helena herself also began to be called a magical spirit or a fairy. Irrespective of whether Arcadia was perceived as a work of a of the dangerous sorceress Armida, or the work of a good fairy, there was an unanimous agreement that the garden was a space in which Helena wielded ultimate power. The concept of Arcadia as a woman's kingdom quickly caught on in the Warsaw milieu. Already in 1784, King Stanislaus August, instead of writing about Helena as the wife of the Castellan of Vilnius, used the terms Helena of Arcadia or Princess of Arcadia. And other people in Poland, when they were writing about her, they used this term. She was not anymore a Castellan de Vilna. No, she was the Helena from Arcadia. Letters to her were often addressed not to the palace or in Nieborów, but to Arcadia. And we've got the official correspondence, often or almost always addressed to Arcadia. Her friends called her goddess or queen, also on the daily basis and also in letters. This titulature was prompted by Helena herself, writing about the garden as a kingdom. And again, it was a quotation. It is possible that the very idea of using the name Armida was an attempt to fit into the code of regal splendor. After all, the name of the sorceress, Armida, rhymed with the name of the queen Semiramis, of course, only in Polish and French. In Polish, it's Armida Semiramida. In French, Armide Semiramide. Why it's so important? Because the queen Semiramis, the builder of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was the person with whom the philosophers at the time identified Empress of Russia, Catherine the Great. And Poland is a neighboring state, and Catherine the Great is the reference. So suddenly, by using this idea of Je suis Armide, she is the Polish equivalent of Semiramide of the North, so Catherine the Great, the best she could, the comparison she could of the strong female figure she could find at the time. So perhaps Helena wanted to be perceived as the local equivalent of Catherine, a strong, independent woman endowed with almost magical powers. It is also worth remembering that Helena was consciously active in publicizing her work. When her former lover, British diplomat Charles Whitworth, was transferred to Petersburg, she gave him a series of the views of the park. Similar gifts were given by her to Madame de Genlis, so the famous French writer, also to her friends in Poland. Arcadia also featured in official portraits of Helena. Here you can see her in the dress of Armida. On the other, she is surrounded by the antiques that were located in the Temple of Diana. And interestingly, one of those antiques is the sculpture of the satyr. So again, this Licentius got known for numerous love affairs. And the conclusions. The function of Arcadia was not only to provide a setting for social entertainment, but also to build the public image of the owner. It may therefore be surprising why the theme of seduction was so strongly emphasized in the garden, and when guiding visitors around it, the voyeuristic fantasies were openly referred to. All those activities went against the social norms applicable to women. While in 18th century Poland, a well-born woman going to a country estate was usually associated with her escaping some form of scandal, Helena tried to publicize the fact that she was taking control of her own kingdom. Although male authors in her day ridiculed aristocratic women going for a walk in the bushes with the gardeners, Helena ensured that her garden and relationships with artists became part of her public image. Female Polish aristocrats were fully aware of the customs that restricted them. The landscape gardens created by Izabela Czartoryska in Powązki, Izabela Lubomirska in Mokotów, Aleksandra Ogniska in Siedlce, and so on, were devoid of erotic themes. Helena, on the other hand, used them boldly. She dressed her transgressions in a traditional costume that was rooted in the court culture, so the fairy tales. It was typical for Versailles and other courts of Europe at the time. The trope of the beautiful sorceress, which she used, legitimized both her extramarital relationships and her passion for building. However, even during her lifetime, the aforementioned figure began to be expunged from culture. Thanks to Brothers Grimm, she was replaced. So the figure of the fairy, the positive figure of the fairy who can have love affair with men and build buildings at the same time, was in popular culture replaced by another one, thanks to Brothers Grimm, the motive of a hideous witch building huts made of bread or baking gingerbread houses. Although the sweet buildings, like the crystal palaces before them, continue to tempt young men, they no longer allowed women to positively self-identify and legitimize their interest in architecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Conrad, for, again, your brilliant paper, but also for your sympathy. And, well, last one, Sigrid de Jong, Women as Agents of Change, Female Interventions in Parisian Architecture, from ETH Zurich. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for organizing this great event. So let's go to Paris. Riding in a carriage through Paris, a visitor halts in the lavish Chaussée d'Antin neighborhood in the north of the city, where new mansions were being built. A sumptuous hôtel particulier for the Parisian aristocracy. At 30 Rue de Provence, she encounters a grand arch, theatrically announcing what she would find further on. Through the monumental arch, framing the mansion from the streets, she proceeds, eager to discover more. She had arrived in a newly developed area of Paris. The end of the 7 Years' War in 1763 had marked the start of urbanization in the Chaussée d'Antin district. This green area outside of the dense and polluted city center was at the time owned by religious congregations, but would become the focus of intense property speculation and soon feature hôtels particuliers built by fashionable architects such as Ledoux, Brongniart, Bélanger, and Devailly. The once marshland of agricultural fields became the up-and-coming neighborhood of Paris, and towards the end of the century, one of its most desired addresses, especially for a nouveau riche clientele consisting of financiers, actresses, and opera dancers. These wealthy, often female patrons contributed to the development of the area that also featured a theater, the Comédie Italienne, and turned the district into a site of spectacle. Marie-Madeleine Guimard, one of the most famous dancers of the time, had her hotel constructed here in 1770, a place of entertainment, mingling private and public in a cleverly designed unity. She entertained her visitors here in the Oval Theatre room situated above the entrance passage. Guimard had commissioned the most fashionable artist of the period. Her house was designed by and with Claude Nicolas Ledoux, and for the Grand Salon, painter Jean-Honoré Fragonard had provided 4 mythological compositions painted on removable panels depicting the muse of dance as the mistress of the house. 5 years later, in 1775, the affluent Necker family would install themselves in a neighboring mansion. Swiss banker Jacques Necker had bought 2 plots of land adjacent to the Guimard Hotel to build his own. Soon, Suzanne
this is Jacques Necker, soon Suzanne Curchod-Necker's salon would draw philosophers, writers, and artists to their hotel, adding intellectual entertainment and exchange to the area. The young Germaine, the future Madame de Staël, would converse brilliantly there with her mother's guests at 14 years of age. A few years later, the Neckers added another small hotel to their property. Now, they knew the owner of the Hôtel on 30 Rue de Provence very well. She was Marie-Jeanne Girardot de Vermenoux, widowed in 1776. Her late husband, the Swiss banker Georges Tobie de Télusson, had founded the bank Télusson-Necker ici with Jacques Necker. With the immense fortunes he had inherited, Girardot de Vermenoux asked Ledoux to design her mansion as a place of architectural and narrative spectacle. The visitor passed through the marvelous monumental arch into the sunken, picturesque wilderness garden, the central part of which had been carved out in the shape of a grotto on which the hotel was built. She would look up and see, perched on this grotto, the rotunda with Corinthian columns, reminiscent of the Temple of Tivoli, situated on its rock. Her carriage would use one of the two passageways traversing the garden and leading to the grotto. Instead of a traditional plan where a hotel is entered by a courtyard, the visitor had arrived by a garden. Climbing the grand staircase, she would naturally move from one reception room to the next. Among others, a large oval lounge, music salon, library, autumn salon, and parade room. Taking in the character of each room laid out as a sequence of spaces, as Nicolas Le Camus de Mézières described in his Génie de l'Architecture, each with views over the garden and the surrounding area. The fame of this magnificent and unusual residence attracted many curious architects and artists who represented it in dramatic watercolors and etchings, as you see here. In the spring of 1782, the house was so crowded that people could enter only with a ticket. Girardot de Vermenoux and Ledoux had designed the house as theatre, which the new urban district with its empty plots had permitted. The hotel was isolated, dominating the landscape, and was meant to be admired from afar. They turned the urban fabric into a spectacle, integrating the surroundings of a landmark building, as was often done with public buildings such as theaters, into a narrative of approach, movement, and surprise. This idea, which many 18th century architects adopted in theory and increasingly in practice, was in this case applied to a private mansion, staging nature and architecture. Meanwhile, in the center of Paris, another type of spectacle, and in this case a very sinister one, took place. The Hôtel Dieu, the largest hospital of Paris, was on fire. Again, artists were compelled to turn their experiences into watercolor representations. The dramatic fire of the hospital, as you see here, added to sequences of fires that struck many Parisian theaters. But this time it revealed most of all the awful conditions of the caring and healing institutions of the city. While the theatrical metropolis offered entertainment for a group of affluent people, more urgent matters were at stake for the improvement of the life of the citizens. As Louis-Sébastien Mercier, the city chronicler, wrote in his social critique of Paris in the 12th volume Tableau de Paris and in his Parallèle de Paris et de Londres, on a de l'argent pour élever des spectacles, and I'll translate it. We have the money to put on shows, while we'll put off stopping the Hôtel Dieu to put several infected patients in one single bed. This is the first most urgent thing to be done in Paris. No spectacles until this is done. And then he continues, the issue of hospitals along with prisons, is the most important and the most urgent to rescue. Frivolous, guilty citizens. What do you do? Comedies, operas, celebrations, barbarians. And Mercier was also concerned about the reaction of foreign travelers. He wrote, "All foreigners are seized with horror when they hear of our indifference and delays. They rightly call us barbarians. London is dotted with hospitals administered with the utmost order and fidelity. Charity and cleanliness reign supreme. Many hospitals are founded by special committees which visit and care for them regularly." Suzanne Curchod-Necker visited London in 1776 and inspected hospitals and prisons together with Jacques Necker, whom she had married in 1764. As finance minister to Louis XVI, he was widely respected by the public since he rationalized and nationalized French finances. More importantly, informed by Suzanne, he emphasized the responsibility of the government to care for the socially disadvantaged, to improve the living conditions of the poor exploited by the rich, and augment human happiness. The reform of Paris hospitals was at the heart of an urge to improve public welfare, as in orphanages, asylums, workhouses, and prisons. Publications discussed hospital reform plans, and Suzanne Necker was a key figure in this. With Jacques Necker negotiating a budget from the king, she founded the Hospital of La Charité in the largest parish of Paris, Saint-Sulpice, in 1778. It was a direct reaction to the appalling conditions at the Hôtel Dieu and was to be therapeutically and administratively different. Mercier recalled how shocked she had been when she visited the Hôtel Dieu. Madame Necker, having visited the interior of the rooms herself, was struck by a sight that spoke powerfully to her soul. The room known as Saint-François contained air whose stench would make even the most charitable and intrepid visitor faint and suffocate. She saw 6 unfortunates lying in a bed, stagnant in their excrements, which soon communicated their principles of death. When Necker held her salon, she had met several people who could help her realize her hospital plans. For example, Jean Colombier, the Inspecteur Général des Hôpitaux et Prisons du Royaume, who was to be in charge of organizing the medical service of her hospital from the beginnings. Necker was aware of the ongoing medical debates and had the same concerns and obsessions as the medics of her time. They were concerned about how illnesses were transmitted and convinced that the airing of spaces was vital to prevent transmission of diseases. Starting her Hospice de Charité in a former Benedictine convent with 120 beds, 60 women, 60 men, Suzanne Necker took the lead in its direction and administration and allowed only 1 person per bed. Les soignants avec toutes les attentions de la plus tendre humanité, people wrote, so caring for them with all the attention of the most tender humanity. Acting as the director from 1779 to 1788, she was praised for her administrative qualities compared to other Parisian hospital directors. Her publication of 1780, Hospice de Charité, that was reproduced here in 19th century history of the hospital, offered her initiative as a model to others. And it details how her hospital is different based on the principles of abundance, purification, and circulation of air and water. She notes in the preface of her book, "Cette maison située près de la barrière de Sèvres est de bon air." And the site was located close to the city borders and near green spaces, with an extensive park with plants, a pleasure and promenading garden, the hospital being situated then in an existing building, there was not enough space, and annexes were added, as well as a corridor behind every hospital room to make sure that the air was renewed and circulated. She criticized in her publication how hospitals have turned from monuments d'humanité into monuments d'indifférence et presque de barbarie. Here, the patients, she explained, are placed in well-ventilated, odorless, noise-free rooms served by sisters of charity and by a doctor and a surgeon housed in the hospital and devoted to this sole occupation, fed with the most wholesome foods and treated with the best chosen medicines. Now, food of which one claimed égale à celle que l'on voit sur les meilleures tables de Paris, consisted of broth, soup, meat, herbal teas, cooked apples and jams, bread, a 6e partie d'une bouteille de vin, and occasionally a roast. Curchod-Necker did not only write about hospitals. She wrote much more. However, she chose not to publish these words she claimed to be private, as this was contrary to her ideas about being a woman and a wife in society. Launching her salon had been an ambitious venture for a young woman, but was exactly within the realm of female aspiration. Publishing was different. Her husband, however, decided after her death to publish her writings nonetheless. Despite her obvious fascination with the idea of writing for a public, Suzanne Necker had not published her work herself, because doing so would have violated her understanding of gender roles. Her daughter thought otherwise. Anne-Louise Germaine Necker, after her experiences in her mother's salon, opened her own, inviting the intellectual, literary, and artistic milieu to exchange on topics of philosophy, politics, and aesthetics. She hosted as Madame de Stael, her name from her marriage to Erik Magnus Stael von Holstein, ambassador of the King of Sweden when she was 20. Germaine de Stael would be the author of an impressive oeuvre of novels, philosophical, and political works. Though de Stael's passionate life and work have been widely studied, her thoughts on the built world have been largely ignored. Her ideas on architecture appear especially in her novel Corinne ou l'Italie from 1807, offering us access to the myriad ways in which she ascribed meaning to architecture. In the novel, she ardently expresses her views on architecture and the city in connecting historical and political issues to her observations of the built world. The main character, de Stael's alter ego, the famous erudite and beautiful poet Corinne, guides her lover Oswald through the city of Rome and is clearly presented as intellectually superior to and more eloquent than her male companion. The marvelous charm of Rome is not only the real beauty of its monuments, but the interest which they inspire by exciting to think. And this kind of interest increases every day by every new study, she wrote. The novel is partly the story of Corinne's love affair with Oswald, Lord Neville, and partly a homage to the landscape, literature, and art of Italy. Above all, the book is about female intellect and strength, about the right of a woman to live as an independent being and to exist as a writer. Corinne and Oswald explore the cities of Italy, enter buildings, and discuss architecture while their love unfolds. Corinne is the erudite guide, Oswald follows her. It is she who provides the readers with thoughts about the built world. At the same time, Germaine de Stael is also guiding her readers through the city, walking with them and entering the edifices together. Taking the reader by the hand, de Stael is participating in all the aesthetic debates of the period, on the picturesque, the sublime, the concept of je ne sais quoi, constantly showing an awareness of these. Interestingly, the stones and buildings seem to tell stories when Corinne observes, "The buildings of Rome are neither cold nor silent. Genius has conceived them. Memorable events consecrate them." It indicates how the style views the built environment, how the stones contain a story, a history, and it is while exploring buildings that they start to speak to you. I love these stones that are united with so many illustrious facts, she wrote. The style was dreaming of becoming immortal in art and occupying her place in history as an erudite woman when she lets Corinne express when being in the Pantheon. In the interior of the sanctuary of the Pantheon are the busts of our most famous artists. They decorate the niches where the gods of the ancients were placed. Our dearest hope is to obtain a place here. I have already marked mine, she said, pointing to a still empty niche. And she asks, "Oswald, who knows if you won't come back to this same building when my bust is placed here?" Corinne is an explicitly feminist novel, presenting the main female character as superiorly intelligent and knowledgeable, someone who is speaking out and admired. She is acting in a world dominated by men, and this aspect is emphasized. The book mixes history, philosophy, travel guide, novel, in an eloquent and amusing account, and the style aimed to captivate the senses as much as the intellect. Corinne, or Germaine for that matter, is taking the lead, speaking up and showing how to make sense of the build. To conclude, publishing and writing for a public were the acts by which a public sphere was constituted. In their book Going Public, Goldsmith and Goodman identify a consciousness of gender in relation to print culture. While the oral culture of the salon was the terrain of women since the 17th century, in the 18th century, the press became a crucial mode of cultural production. Women had to establish a voice among the many male voices. In the literary public sphere, their intellectual activity would flourish, and especially elite women increasingly participated in the world of publishing, while they had to navigate going public and maintaining their reputation. And as we have seen, demonstrating differences in the consciousness and the definition of the self. While Jacques Necker published Suzanne's writings as the private thoughts of a woman who never wanted to publish, her daughter, the femme auteur, took the self-conscious decision to act otherwise and put her gender to the fore, while writing and participating in the public sphere in a highly intellectual and philosophical way. More precisely, the women discussed here show how architectural agency goes beyond influence in design. They make us aware of how buildings function, or not, in the city, how they interact with their users, entertain, care, or act as a vehicle to think about one's position in society and in history. Through their privileged position, and because they were operating in a network, these women were able to voice in their hôtels, their salons, and their writings how architecture affects, be it as a spectacle, as a healing device, or as a tool of representation mediating meaning. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
Sigrid. Thank you, Sigrid, for your presentation. So, well, we really had a lot of I don't know. Well, we really had a lot of inspiring motives to start up a discussion, because from each of you, I have taken notes of different comments and consideration. So pretty much that of Maria Elena and Karen are matching and asserting, stating that actually there was no difference between men and women and not during the modern times, regardless the different political asset or cultural background. And that I think it's very interesting also in terms of the history of women. And that of Conrad and Sigrid, which are more covering late 1700 and 1800. And yes, whereas Conrad was delivering his speech, I was thinking of Madame de Stael. So, and you, Sigrid, here, no, just where you were addressing to our attention the important role of Corinne, Madame de Stael and Corinne, the book Corinne, who is yet not very well diffused and known as it would be, it should be done. Well, this said, I would just ask from the audience if you have questions for our speakers. Shelley.
Does this work? Can you hear me?
I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Now it's working. Wonderful. Okay. I always have a question. Just starting with Sigrid, since we just finished, one question I had for you is, they did various kinds of writing about architecture. Okay. Oh, okay. Various kinds of writing about architecture. And I started thinking about Nichel's mother, who did her private writings, and it's about hospitals and design. And I'm just wondering, if after it was published, if you've had a chance to see if there was any kind of, if she ever found an audience, maybe upon other interested women who did charitable works for hospitals, or even beyond that, if there's any understanding of that.
You mean about her publication on the hospital now?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually received in a sort of mixed way, let's say. It's quite interesting how she puts herself to the fore as a charitable person, of course, as a caring and being having empathy, let's say, with this. But let's say that scholars have identified that she was treated differently from, let's say, male writers in this publication. So she tries both to stage herself or to represent herself as a person with empathy, and that this urged her to open this hospital. At the same time, she talks a lot about the economic benefits of doing it this way. So, and she tries to present it also in that way as a model. And that actually worked. So there were other hospitals opening based on these are her ideas. And so that was, in that sense, successful. But let's say the reactions to her persona are a bit more problematic. Yeah.
I don't know a lot about this myself, but I know in the 19th century there was this, many discoveries within medicine about bacteria and disease, and this whole idea about light and air became very important in the writings. And so did she refer to that in her writings, or did she ever discuss the science behind the design of a hospital?
Yeah, in let's say the more general way.
Okay.
She was very informed about all these debates, and as I said, in her salon, she conversed with the specialists in a way. So, and she would make sure also that in her hospital, the best medics were helping her there. The people who wrote about the newest ideas about medicine and about, as you refer to, this idea of air and everything circulating, and who were also working at the main Paris at the university and teaching there, let's say. So she was, her role was more administrative and directing, let's say, and caring. But she would make sure that the specialists were there to help her with the latest developments. Yeah, and she was very interested in that.
Another thing I'm thinking of is a tie between your project and Maria Elena Diaz's, is that there were women in the 16th century who were patrons for charitable works and hospitals. And just thinking about the topic of prestige, that women could derive, at least personally, if not publicly, from this. I'm imagining that she did derive some self-satisfaction from it. And so my question was leading towards, did she receive any kind of public prestige for, a sense of that for herself? Or at the time, was she, you were mentioning she didn't want her writings published, so maybe she felt that this should be kept more private. It was more of a personal endeavor.
Yeah, that related to her, let's say, her more personal ideas, her private ideas, and her idea of how a woman should function and should be really acting as a wife in that sense, less independent. And she was very conscious of her role in that sense within a marriage. So her ambition was not driven by prestige, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that'll lead me to ask Maria Elena my last question. You mentioned towards the end of your paper that this sense of how one would enjoy or perceive prestige was different at the time for men than for women. And what this reminded me of is difference between the English language and the Spanish language when it comes to words like patronage and matronage, or just the patron or matron. In English, it really more refers to a married woman, or at least a woman with sort of that status at some point. And in Spanish, the word matronazgo or matrona can have let's say a wider definition, a deeper definition that comes from the Latin. And I wanted to ask you to comment just a little bit on this, Maria Elena, because I think in the literature, most people, if they're reading English or other languages, they're not reading Spanish. So they're not aware of the really wonderful writings that there are about women's patronage, matronazgo, in Spanish. And so maybe we could just talk a little bit about the word matronazgo and how it's used. It'd be very informative for the conference.
Okay, thank you. The chair is. Thank you so much for your question, because it's very interesting to debate of the use of this concept. No, I know. Okay, thank you. I know in English you use patron or matron. I remember an article of Madeleine Cabanes that wrote an article in the medieval period, and she asked patron or matron, no? But it's different, the use that when we employ matronazgo. we have in Spanish historiography, we have a debate of the use of this term, matronazgo. We use patron, mecenazgo, patronazgo, mecenazgo, and matronazgo. We should use the concepts when they are useful for us. Perhaps for some research in this place is not useful, this concept. But for me, it's very useful. It's a good tool. Why? Because when we use matronazgo, matrone, we can visualize the different manners, the different forms that men use, they promote an architect than women. Sometimes it's difficult to think in the 16th century, but it's the same in our contemporary world. For example, for me, is perhaps in some case is different my thought of some buildings, but I explain. When I'm going, when I walk in a parking without light, I feel fear, because I know in this place it's common to have rapes or the rapes, no? And for you, perhaps you feel fear for other, but in this case, I feel fear. This perception is different because my role in the society, the patriarchal society, is different. And then I live and I feel the city in a different manner. It's the same in other periods, because these women live, feel the architecture, the place, the city in different manner. And if we use only patronage, we have in our mind an universal model to see the architecture and the city. And we use matronazgo, I emphasize in the sense of the women have a different perception of the city, different perception of the building with charity, or with a different perception of the society. Not with a natural conception, with a natural, no. For the society, for the roles that this society assign to others, no? And I think it's very useful to use matronazgo, and perhaps is interesting to introduce in the English language this concept. Is useful for you, no? I think more or less. My English is not good. It's not my it's not my native language, and not the second language. But more or less, I think is comprehensible.
Well, just to comment a little bit, that is not useful in English, but I would add also in Italian, because we don't have a term to express matronazgo or matronage. So actually, for a few of us who are touching this argument, we need to use matronage in English or French, with English or French pronunciation. But I think it is a very hot topic. We should point our attention. I mean, when I say we, I think the international community, because it is exactly what we are saying, Maria Elena, that the perception of a woman in a city or in a park is totally different of a perception of that of a man. And this is not because of biology or things like that, but because I think we have, in our DNA, a very long history of different attitudes or different perception, yes, of who we are. So I think that really we should open a debate in this regard, without necessarily, of course, falling into the feminist methodology or approach, but just to give instead a third option to this methodologies. That is my idea and my hope to, yeah.
Sometimes when we think about the architecture, we think of the architects, of the designers, of the promoters, but sometimes we forget these buildings are built to use, and they have a perception, and it's important. It's the same with the painters. We think, oh, it's beautiful. This painter of the birth of Virgin, no? But it's different when a man see this painter with the birth of the Jesus and a woman, because a woman feel, oh, it's difficult moment, or it's different perception, and yes.
Any other question? Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I forgot. So I know everyone's getting tired towards the end of the afternoon. I completely understand. So I'm going to ask some very minor questions. I was just curious to ask you, Conrad, at the end of your paper, you mentioned the Grimm's fairy tale and the whole thing about the house and the witch. And I don't know the dates for that. And I'm wondering how that relates to the dates of the garden and her images of fairies and all of that. That's just a very beautiful way that you ended your paper there.
Thank you so much. The Grimm fairy tale was published when she was still alive. It was published in 1822, I believe. And we know that both her sons were educated in Germany. One of her sons became a composer, composed music to Faust by Goethe. So he was a big, important figure in Berlin. And for sure, her sons knew the fairy tales by Grimm brothers. But of course, I won't push the interpretation that she read them. The point is that during her lifetime, it was possible to positively self-identify with a fairy, but then it disappeared from the culture. In the 19th century, this positive identification of a woman who are able to sleep with men that she fancy and build architecture completely lose the symbolic point of reference, I believe. There is, like, for example, you've got the Semiramis, the powerful queen who's building the gardens. You've got the fairies, who are like, they're using the wands and it's done. I created it with my idea. And suddenly those point of references are disappearing and they are replaced by the very dark image of an hideous old witch who builds buildings just to, eat kids because she's a bad person. And this is very intriguing for me. This disappearance of positive point of identification. And I don't understand it actually. Maybe it's also connected with the power of the Catholic Church, which in the 19th century really, catched the culture, and all those libertines disappeared. I don't have an answer. Maybe some of you will try to.
But this is something I have been wondering for a long time, because actually the 1800s, especially the second half from 1825 and 1830, there was this kind of reaction. And so the answer I was trying to give to myself, to really understand, of course, the Code Napoleon, which, for instance, prohibited the divorce, and that was primarily kind of half accepted, or when the couple could decide to live separately. And so this bourgeoisie, this idea of the bourgeoisie, and this the idea to go back to some Roman Republican values, to be associated with that of women, probably, brought some part of the public opinion to rewrite, to reshape somehow women, because it's a matter of fact that from late 1700, beginning of 1800, a person like an intellectual like Madame de Staël was shaded for a long time. So now we study the Romanticism movement. We say, we mention other intellectual. And then there was also Madame de Staël, but she really played an important role in the Romanticism, in that movement. That is my idea, because the more I study the women artists, and the 1800 was the moment where women artists were considered mainly women who, during the spare times, could paint for the pleasure of themselves. They were not professionals as they were before.
Jetta, I have one question for you. I know it's really loud. Sorry. I know that your paper mainly focused on the 16th to 17th centuries. Yeah, no, that's good. You know, we can cover the range of all the patrons that you showed from 14th to 20th centuries. That's amazing to map out all of that. One suggestion that I would make is to maybe color code the centuries or 2 centuries at a time, so that one could visually look at it and say, I'm interested in this period. Oh, I see what the patrons are, how many there were. Maybe there were more patrons later, or less. You know, you'd be able to see things like that. That would be very interesting. And also, I was wondering if you mentioned something about the women being able to carve out this part of the city. In a sense, it was empty, and they began to create their commissions there. Is this known today that way, as sort of the woman's part of the city? I wonder if anyone is even conscious of it today.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not like, for example, when I was talking about the Women's Bazaar area, the name is actually still today Haseki, that neighborhood that comes from Iran. In Üsküdar, there's nothing like that, to be honest, but in general, we do know that there's a lot of female-backed projects in Üsküdar. And if you look at the sources in the more academic sense, that does come up, that happened. Because again, as I said, and I do want to correct something, I said that they couldn't build in the Old Peninsula. They could build on the periphery of the Old Peninsula. They couldn't actually build inside of the main power, let's say, center of Istanbul. But yeah, I mean, you do know it. You have to know it, because again, as I said, as you have seen, they are very close by. If you are walking around in Üsküdar, it's just like one mosque, then you go a little bit another one, and if you look at the names, if you don't know it, you do see Sultan, and it just goes on like that. But I mean, in the general public, if you ask them, do you know Üsküdar was created in such a way? No, they wouldn't know that. But I mean, this is also very common because, again, because they didn't build in the existing centers of the cities, they usually added to the urban development. They had to. When these complexes came inside of these cities on the periphery, of course, as it happens, the urban development moved towards those places.
So, and Consuelo and other Italians are going to have to help me out, Romans mainly. I know that in the early Christian period, most of the churches initially were built on the periphery, and it's my understanding that there was not land available inside. I don't know if that's true, but that was my understanding. So I'm wondering if there's a parallel there. Was there really just no urban land available, or was there perhaps some politics involved?
It's not like there was no land. Again, they didn't. It feels like those lands weren't given to the woman. And the idea of actually building architectural monuments in the, for example, newly conquered areas was something Ottoman Empire did to be able to bring mostly Muslim population to those areas. So again, not very uncommon. But what happens with the women is, even in the existing cities, they are kind of in the periphery. So again, they shape those peripheries. They have to. It just happens. So that was what I meant. I don't know if that answered your question.
Early Christian times, Rome was pretty different because the first two churches were built by the order of Constantine the Great. So I'm talking of the beginning of the 4th century AD, and they were constructed at the edge of the city for political reasons. Because, those done, but for sure the role, which to my opinion is not yet very well investigated, it was the role of Helen, the mother of Constantine, because she actually went to the Holy Land to seek for relics of Christ. And of course, I don't want to step into religious things, but I'm talking of some historical evidences. And she brought to Rome relics, the cross, the thorns, the nails, the steps of the house of Pontius Pilatus. But these relics were located at the edge of the city, so within the imperial land, the land belonging to the emperors Constantine and his mother. And then he went to the eastern side to found the city of Constantinople. All the other churches that to me is very interesting is that we're after Constantine, I'm talking 4th century and 5th century, were built on top of tituli, so these private houses, were a section of a house which was used by a local community of Christians. And many of them were named after women. So they were women were matronizing, a part of the house, and to let the local communities together and to worship Christ. So the Church of Santa Sabina, the Church of Santa Prassede, Santa Prisca, they are all women. So, and they really go back between 4th, 5th centuries latest. Afterwards, I have my opinion, but it is not the sea to tell it, even because I'm not an historian of the High Middle Ages. Well, after it, there were no more churches titled after women, St. Cecilia, Santa Maria in Trastevere, those dedicated to the Virgin Mary, of course, yes. But afterwards, there was a switching in the Catholic Church. And so they were constructed and named after men. But at the very beginning, there were a lot of women in the early Christian church times. No, the church was women played an important role, and to understand it, we have to read the Apocryph, the Gospels, so which really gave different framework of the situation. Yeah.
Maybe to add up with this intramural Constantinople thing, and I will maybe to help out Jan, and I also have a question afterwards. Well, intramural Constantinople had so much Byzantine buildings to convert to begin with, so this also, Üsküdar was the first area of today's Istanbul to be conquered by the Ottomans, so it was conquered before Constantinople itself. Actually, the last Byzantine emperor saw the Turks had from his palace by looking across the Bosphorus, so it had a symbolic meaning also from that point of view, because on the what we call Asian side of Istanbul, the modern day Kadıköy was the ancient Caledonia. So Kadıköy had already a Byzantine settlement, but Üsküdar didn't. So Üsküdar was shaped as an Ottoman village. It was shaped as a Turkish village, so to say, So, and one thing which might be useful to think about the patronage in Üsküdar is the thing that Istanbul was after the conquest of Egypt. Istanbul became the seat of caliphate of the whole Islamic world. So it became also a center of pilgrimage. And everything about the pilgrimage started from Üsküdar. because after Üsküdar, the Holy Land was by roads, not by sea. So all Asian pilgrims coming from Central Asia, from India, from Mughal world, etc., they were direct. I mean, they had to go to the Holy Land. They came to Üsküdar. So the patronage in Üsküdar was also, because in Islamic world there is this term, like if you give something which can be profited for long time, like if it's a continuous good, your good deed will be carried. Like it's like putting a candle in a church. Like while the candle is there, your prayers is going on, no? So it's a way to consider like the good deed of the sultanas, like the pilgrims could take their goods till the Holy Land. So this is, I mean, first of all, prestige of the Üsküdar as first Ottoman settlement of the city, and then the concentration of the pilgrimage. And I mean, maybe this could help you out with the interpretation of Üsküdar. And my question was, did you try to, I mean, if you have look at the inscriptions of the Haseki Külliye, did Hürrem in any way mention in the inscription that she is doing that specifically for her female subjects?
Thank you very much. First of all, that Üsküdar bit about, you are right, of course. Üsküdar is like the gateway to Asia from Istanbul. So that meant all the pilgrimage, or even, for example, there were processions which would bring help to Mecca, Medina, and so on. They would leave from Üsküdar. But I felt like, because if you think about Mihrimah, and that was the one that I focused, her husband, Rüstem Pasha, was also, this is going to be too long, I am so sorry about that. He was also very much commercially active. He was in trading. And so the fact that those caravans were moving from Üsküdar was actually for Rüstem Pasha, for Mihrimah as well, most probably, was economically important. I do feel like, of course, there's a religious importance there. And of course, there was kind of a holiness of the space because pilgrims were moving from there. But also, I do believe all those caravansarais, for example, that was because it was commercially very, very well done for them. Anyway, so what was the question? Yes. I personally didn't look at them, but from everything that I have read, it doesn't come up. So, I mean, everything is kind of an assumption from everything that I have read. If there were anything like, I am doing this because of that, then I guess it would have been written down. But it's a very good suggestion, and I will check it out. But again, from everything that I know, no, there's nothing like that.
We can do tomorrow. Well, we should start. We want to start 5 minutes ago with Anurada. So if you can keep your question for tomorrow, when we will have plenty of time, probably it will be better. I don't want to be unpolite. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And yes, Shelley, the stage now is yours.
Okay, microphone's working? Okay, great. So we've completed 4 of our sessions. All we have left tomorrow is the roundtable Saturday morning. But this evening, we do have a keynote speaker. And I was so pleased to be able to get someone who I feel is of great interest to our symposium. Dr. Anuradha Chatterjee is a professor and dean of the School of Design and Innovation at RV University. She is an Indian-born Australian academic, practitioner in architecture and design based in Australia and India. She has over 20 years of experience in research, teaching, and administration gained through various academic positions, various universities in Australia, in China, and in India. With her focus has been on developing critical and research-based pedagogies in studio and history theory subjects. She has held prominent academic leadership roles in India as Dean, Faculty of Design at Manipal University, Jaipur, Dean Academics at Avani Institute of Design, and Head of Research and Innovation at the Pearl Academy, where she was responsible for institution building, establishing cultures of academic excellence, enhancing internationalization initiatives and research outputs, and driving a high-performance culture based on principles of collaborative research. Dr. Chatterjee also has worked in professional practice in Australia as a senior research executive at PTW Architects, senior architectural researcher and heritage advisor at Cracknell and Lonergan Architects, and guest curator at the Customs House in Sydney. Dr. Chatterjee has an active and diverse research record, which is how I know her. Her publications speak to an expansive field of research inquiry. She is the regional editor of Asia Pacific Textiles, Cloth and Culture, a registered architect at the Council of Architecture India, an associate of the Australian Institute of Architects, and elected member of the Guild of St. George. She is the author of 3 books as solo editor. One is Surface and Deep Histories, Critiques and Practices in Art, Architecture, and Design, published by Cambridge Scholars Publishing. She is the author of Built, Unbuilt, and Imagined Sydney by Copal Publishing, and also the author of John Ruskin and the Fabric of Architecture, published by Routledge. She is the area editor for Asia of the 4th publication, the Bloomsbury Global Encyclopedia of Women in Architecture, 1960 to 2015, edited by Karen Burns and Lori Brown, and this will be forthcoming in October 2024, hopefully. And her 5th book that she's working on is an edited collection entitled Architectures of Aging in Place, under contract, also with Routledge for next year. Dr. Chatterjee also has a research project on a fascinating woman patron in India, to which she's going to speak to us about. Thank you.
Is it okay? Perfect. This is to go forward. And
No, the other one.
okay. Thank you, Shelley. That was fantastic. I hope I live up to the expectations. Good evening, everyone. My presentation is titled Remembering and Forgetting Ahelia Bai Holker's Architectural Legacy. I'll present my talk in a 3-part structure. The first part is going to be an overview of histories and theories of matronage in Europe and Asia, very briefly. And the second part is going to look at what we know of Ahelia Bai Holker from published literature. And the third part is about exposing the politics of remembering and forgetting in architectural historiography. So
Architectural history frameworks until now have focused upon architects, but this is fast changing, as we know with recent scholarships on patrons and matrons. Mary Hollingsworth argues Renaissance patrons were not passive connoisseurs, they were active consumers. She adds, the person with the strongest interest in the appearance of a building was its patron. His position, holding the purse strings at the center of the system, gave him ample opportunity to control the design. In the context of innovation, he played a key role. Hollingsworth explains that this included people like Filippo Strozzi and Giovanni Riccioli in Florence, and above all, Lorenzo de' Medici, who was as influential as he was innovative. And while there's a lot of research focused on male patrons of architecture, there is parallel and equally powerful research into women as matrons and not just as exceptions. Catherine A. McIver and Cynthia Stollen, speaking through and of the scholarship of Carolyn Vallone, note how women in early modern Italy, with the opportunity and money to do so, built palaces to express their identity as much as their male counterparts. And while these were sometimes assigned to male patrons, their recovery also shows how women's patronage carried a distinctive voice through the support of radical reform in Rome, for instance. Often these records had to be recovered, for instance, through an impaled coat of arms in which a woman may honor the family crest of both her husband and her father, as in the case of Isabella della Rovera, whose endowment of 1598 made possible the interior of the Church of San Vitale here in Rome. Extending this further is Amy Boyington's scholarship, which shows that in 18th century Britain, elite women, married, unmarried, and widowed, were not only at the heart of an architectural patronage system, commissioning new builds, as well as remodels and repairs, liaising and managing as needed with builders, but they were also involved intellectually in drawing plans and sketches and using canonical texts. In India too, and that's the image you've been looking at for the past couple of minutes, anecdotal evidence as well as published scholarship demonstrates that women have been contributing to architecture and building since the 10th century. Padma Kaimul discusses Nangia Bhutia Aditya Pidariar's sponsorship of the Tiruchendarai's temple in Tamil Nadu in India. The fact that the design was different from previous examples is a testimony to her agency in giving orders which were being adhered to despite her gender. There are many other examples, as noted by architectural journalist Shweta Sengar in her article, the article that is titled The Forgotten Women Who Built Iconic Monuments and Forts in India. And she cites examples like Humayun's tomb, built to the orders of Bega Begum, gardens by Nur Jahan, Chandni Chowk by Shah Jahan's daughter Jahanara, and Pattadakal temples in Karnataka by Queen Loka Mahadevi and many others. However, it is not just that women are not written into history, they're also actively written out of history. So 17th century Nur Jahan, wife of Mughal Emperor Jahangir, is a case in point, who built a number of caravanserais, which are basically lodges that people in the past would kind of rest in. But not unlike, and I think this is really interesting, that not unlike Le Corbusier's effacement of Eileen Gray's authorship and sexual identity from Bila 1, E1027, Nur Jahan's legacy too was effaced when she was driven out of court by Shah Jahan, the succeeding ruler, and the coins minted by her destroyed. And as encouraging as these histories are, they're also disconnected and episodic and cannot be placed within any kind of a systemic social analysis that will be meaningful beyond its factness. Furthermore, the meaning of patronage itself is extended by writer D. Fairchild Ruggles in a book on women in art and architecture in pre-modern India. She considers the writings of Karen Idis Barsman, who notes that, quote, more people intervene in culture as consumers of material objects or receivers of visual imagery than as producers themselves, unquote, a perspective which ensures that women are not written out of cultural production altogether. Looking at this further through the post-structuralist lens of Barthes and Foucault, Ruggles argues that since artistic work is produced not just through individual agency, but also through discourse, we can start to see patronage as a form of making rather than mere commissioning. . My focus on Ahilyabai Holkar is because she played the double role of ruler and patron, and because of the sheer body of work which was carried out under her rule from 1767 to 1795 in various parts of India. Ahilyabai was a queen of the Maratha Empire and established her kingdom in Maheshwar at the seat of the Holkar dynasty in Madhya Pradesh in central India. She became the ruler after the death of her husband and a son. She had military training, and in addition to political governance, she spent private funds in building palaces, forts, cenotaphs, new temples, as well as temple reconstructions and public works associated with the religious activities like ghats, dharamshalas, and water tanks. Her built works are extensive, not including her own fort in Maheshwar from where she ruled. Some of the notable buildings include the replacement of the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh in 1780, which had been destroyed in the past and subsequently converted into a mosque by Aurangzeb in 1669. The 8th temple in the Somnath series in Gujarat, Grihaneshwara temple in Ellora, and Khandoba temple in Jejuri in Maharashtra. She constructed 9 temples, including that of Sri Tarakeshwar, Sri Gangaji, and many others. Reconstruction of ghats in Varanasi, including Manikarnika Ghat, the one that you're looking at right now, and many other ghats, including Ahilya Ghat, that was named after her. And these are some photographs that were taken by some of my research associates who have been working with me on this project. And some of the buildings that she built include even the present-day structure of the temple of Vishnupad in 1787 in Gaya as well. And there are many, many more that she has built. And that's just a plaque at the Ghat, which is there. This is a photograph from last month. So I just wanted to now move to this idea that she also created a trust to support women in lowering their independence on men. Her governance is described in 20th century literature as one of toleration combined with mercy and due regard for frailties of the human constitution. And her leadership style was described as sympathetic and liberal with mild severity and stern justice. Her presence is acknowledged in historical texts in India by Indian and Western authors, John Malcolm's Oral Histories of 1820s, Jawaharlal Nehru's Discovery of India 1946, Life and Life's Work of Sri Devi Ahilyabai 1969, where her reign is termed as one of triumphs of peace. Yet she remains an unfamiliar name in architectural scholarship in India, whilst finding greatest reception in Western art historical scholarship, where her works are subjected to deeper inquiry. Published in 2016, the 2 essays in edited collection, Women, Gender and Art in Asia, 1500 to 1900, edited by Melly Bose, one by Bose and the other by Kathleen Cummings, written in a co-referential mode, provide the most thoroughly researched scholarship on Ahilyabai's architectural works. Through the scholarship, we were able to appreciate the syncretism of her architectural works, which have come about through the synthesis of Mughal and Rajput architectural approaches. However, insofar as it concerns the political agency of Ahilyabai, Bose argues that she appropriated masculine privileges strategically to legitimize her position through performative articulation of an androgynous identity. And Cummings argues and complements this perspective further by positioning Ahilyabai's work as a work of a sovereign focused on augmenting power through piety and the building and rebuilding of religious structures to highlight military and political prowess. While the scholarship is useful in deepening the cultural, symbolic, material, and formal aspects of her works, it is in some sense limited by the colonial tropes of religion and sovereign power as defining factors for explaining construction activity that happened during the reign of Ahilyabai. In architectural history scholarship, Ahilyabai finds episodic mention in the works of Ashutosh Soni, Harun Rin, George Michel, with more rigorous inquiry in the art historical scholarship of Bose and Cummings. And while Michel's recent work is something of a corrective in this respect, his writing still subsumes Ahilyabai into one of the Holkars. The talk is not just about remembering, which has been achieved to some degree of success by historical scholarship, but it's also about forgetting, by which I mean the literary and discursive processes that let these findings not matter. So this part, well, we looks at the historical methods for writing about Ahilyabai are not adequate. And through her, let us consider two intersecting structures of forgetting and mitigating forgetting. One is the patriarchal frameworks for historicizing architectural production and their critique, and the second is the persistence of colonial tropes in architectural history in India. The deletion of women from architectural history has taken many forms, more recent perspectives emerging out of feminist essays from the global north, like Eva Alvarez and Carlos Gomez's Invisible Women, and Despina Stratigakos as her Unforgetting Women Architects essay exposes the sexist frameworks within which the profession of architecture, which privileges the star system. And based on individuality of heroic authorship, it writes out women as collaborators. This practice is supported by the historical literary form of the monograph, which relies upon myths of vigor, boldness, the lone genius figure, implying the genealogical narrative of great men following great men. And while histories of women are available, they rarely find their way into the history syllabus. To this end, I argue that the current methods of writing about Ahilyabai are not adequate, not for feminist architectural historiography in any case. Her inclusion in the dynastic narrative of Holkers works both ways. It allows her to have place in the patriarchal structure, and it simultaneously erases her work and legacy, which is made to seem inevitable and a natural part of political governance and extension of patriarchal society. This undermines its rarity and significance on one hand, and scope and impact on the other. In some sense, this is not different from the more recent critiques of the monograph format, which subsumes women as collaborators in the broader male genealogy. Indeed, this is seen even today in Varanasi, where when some of her prolific works are commissioned, and student research associates from my School of Design and Innovation, Shraddha Hangal and Shreya A.H., when they did the research, they engaged in primary research, talking to people, and they cited that they encountered limited narratives about Ahilyabai. With the suggestion also that these histories are localized. The histories of Maheshwar are not known to the people of Varanasi, which talks some more about the limited framework of this dynastic narrative in the way we write history. In the second framework, it's important to remember the embedded colonial mindset that persists within architectural historiographic frameworks in India. Historian Jyoti Hosagraha argues how India was viewed through the British imperialist narrative of rise and fall, the search for an ancient past, and then the fall, justifying the colonization of India. Compounding this was the ancient past was established as a canon for the built history, described through linear narratives of one religion replacing the other, such that Hindu temples up to 13th century and Islamic architecture up to 17th century were accepted into the canon. Anything outside of that, which is pretty much 18th century, which is when Ahilyabai is commissioning the works, is basically left out of the canon, doesn't fit. So to this end, I suggest two ways to deflect the gaze of colonial history. One is a lens of religious infrastructure as a historical category. This is a rather new category of analysis in social science with the materialist turn. Gyanti Holson and Benjamin Kirby explained that this is a coming together of conceptual binaries of infrastructure and religion, and the way in which mass transit systems and water supply networks are infrastructure, religious places too, quote, sustain shared ecologies and hold together socio-material conditions of light support and survival, unquote. Marian Burkhardt deepens this infrastructural argument further as he asks us to think about religious infrastructure as platforms for launching claims to urban citizenship and religious placemaking as a dynamic appropriation of portions of the cityscape through worship and building of places of worship. Using this perspective puts a different color to the discussion of religious buildings in architectural history in India and Asia. The second kind of reframing I'm proposing is to consider the significance of the Bhakti movement in India. They started in the 6th century and reached its peak during the 16th and 17th century, spreading much over north and eastern parts of the country. Defined as a religious reform to all strata of society by adopting the method of devotion as a way to achieve salvation. This was seen as a significant reformation of the religion of Hinduism into a democratic form, as it was now accessible to people from all walks of life. So If you think of the fact that population of India in 1700 had increased to 180 million people, suggesting a corresponding increase in the number of devotees, places of worship, pilgrimage, forms of religious practice, that would contribute to people's sense of spiritual well-being and citizenship. This was reflected, as noted by Christian Lee Nowitzki, in the royally sponsored temple construction aimed at creation of homes for deities and loci for public worship as a part of the social ethics of the movement. The framework of religious citizenship as a right can shift the coloniality of architectural historiographical frameworks, allowing us to gain deeper insights into the works commissioned and constructed during Ahilya-bai's reign, which would have coincided with the heights of the Bhakti movement. Reflecting further on the Bhakti movement, we can and we should problematize the attributes of piousness that historians have used with respect to Ahilya-bai. Therefore, the title of Devi, which has been conferred to her, is not one that is conferred or adopted lightly. It is not a strategic appropriation of liminal identity as a third gender, as Bose says. Defining women as Devis does not de-sex. It is colonial patriarchy's safety mechanism that renders independent women incapable of being dangerous or threatening as a ruler in the absence of their husbands. It idealizes women, gives them agency to be present in history, to be able to do things, but not enough to be remembered actively. But its real potency lies in what Preeti Oza describes as a proto-feminist resistance to a patriarchal way of life, articulated through the practice of female saints and devis. Through their writings and performances, these women articulated worship and devotion as a form of liberation, taking the object of love as God, not man, thereby challenging their husbands' celestial positions. So over and above the challenge to a dynastic narrative in architectural history writing and repositioning Ahilya-bai in the historical material context of the Bhakti movement and religious infrastructure as a way of deflecting the colonial historiographical gaze, there needs to be more concerted ways to think how fragmented architectural histories may be consolidated without resorting to genealogical monographic format and ways in which we might go beyond the published and the archived. As this talk is speculative in pointing to areas for further research rather than presenting conclusions, I ask, how do we write a feminist architectural historiography of and with Ahilya-bai as a consequence of this discovery, without writing women into patriarchal historical texts and structures? How might we discover her voice from the noise of patriarchal and colonial points of view, including the contemporary ones that might threaten to co-opt and misappropriate her? Perhaps the answers lie in moving away from histories of women in built environment to feminist architectural historiographies. And current scholars in feminist historiographies have made a number of suggestions. One is storytelling. Blossom Stefaniou has suggested that feminist historiography rides in counter storytelling. Feminist historiographies are those that pose questions that patriarchal historiographies cannot answer. In essence, such historiography will always resist grand narratives. Two is interrogating methods and archives. Janki Nair, extending this thinking to India, argues that feminist historiography cannot just be additive, which is redressing bad histories by discovering women in history, because it soon runs a risk of running aground with this idea of history as usual, and these don't really challenge the patriarchal privileges and hierarchies. There is a notion also of the polytemporal mode of historical time, which is developed by Victoria Brown, which I think is really interesting because it argues for a fluid relationship between past, present, and future. Fundamentally, this is compelling because it, in effect, challenges a totalizing and chronological narrative of feminist theory as waves and phases, and the assumption that feminisms everywhere are working to the same trajectory at different stages of development. So, in a sense, it's progressivist and it's wrong. It's hard to say right now what the implications of these and other frameworks might have on future histories of Ahilya-bai, but we know that this will affect how we tell stories that are not aspiring a grand narrative or a grander narrative, be mindful and close gaps in archives, and find opportunities for alternative narratives. and find a new way to occupy historical time that emancipates us from the progressivist approaches to feminist politics. I shall leave you with those thoughts as I mark this talk as a beginning of a new project rather than the conclusion of one. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I probably don't have answers anyway. Thank you.
Absorb it. Oh. It's going to take me a while to absorb it, and I'm afraid to begin my roundtable now after your amazing talk. It was very inspiring to think about all these different authors and the different ways that they have framed looking at women's history. And there's so many different avenues that we can take. And I think the idea of the symposium, in a sense, is to sort of to open up the Pandora's box of thinking about these women and what they were doing. So unless anyone has, oh, we do have a question here. Let me pass the time to you.
It's not actually really a question. Sorry, I wasn't quite quick enough to pose one now, but I really wanted to say something. I wanted to say thank you for all these, especially whole talk, but especially the rousing end, which I think we all need, especially pointing us to methods of feminist storytelling, avoiding a optimistic or positivist, progressive feminist approach that, and just using the word feminism as well, I think that's, and I think the microphone is similar to mine. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But I think especially the storytelling methods, I mean, I think we've seen a few here, but I think maybe that's something that I think could be, especially in developing chapters, taken further. I'm sorry that it's not a question.
The storytelling, the method of telling, in a sense, can be a feminist method or a feminine method of conveying. Am I there? Okay. Trying to put together the various different versions of reality that we see when we do research. You know, it's hard to put together that, you know, an exact clear picture.
Oh, we have to go for, okay. Okay. I want to echo my gratitude for that really terrific talk, really rousing. And let me see if I can articulate the question I have. I want to connect something that was in the introduction that Shelley gave for you about your work on collaborative research and its relationship to this discursive practice in which patronage is this kind of behemoth, right? And it seems to me that there's a way in which collaboration can be a kind of form of resistance by dissolving that role of the individual as an agent who then gets suppressed if she's a female, right? So, and I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that if you have any thoughts about that in your...
No, but I promise to think about it further. I don't have any thoughts about that at the moment. I think the reason I kind of did this talk was all that the narrative is already grand, but it doesn't have traction.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have rememberability, that people don't really remember. It doesn't really infiltrate. I think that's what I was really trying to address with this talk, as to how do you really make it, kind of part of teaching of architectural history, rather than grand narrative about women in architecture, I think.
Yeah. I really like the sort of the almost critique of the patron edge discourse itself.
But no, I'll think further about you connecting that with collaborative research and
this idea of collaboration, whether it's in the patronal world or matronal world or elsewhere, like as a way of kind of effacing individualism, and which is such a patriarchal concept anyway.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I can just, agree with what the other colleagues have said. And I was just think aloud that the more we study the women and the more the history of women, and the more we are, I think, in the recent years and the years to come, I think that we are ready to create a new methodology in the making to study women. That I think that what we've been saying for today is nowadays that it is we are of course out of the feminism methodology, but we are in that to it for sure. Otherwise, we won't be here. We couldn't hear. But yes, I think that the aim of all these conferences, it is just to shed new light and to create a new methodological approach in order to reach the most true history. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You want to conclude?
Oh. What was that? Yes. Please.
Thank you very much. I can also only join sort of the praise that has been already expressed. And I think I totally agree with what you've said, that at least I feel kind of like an obligation also towards my students. And this is actually how I came across the topic, because I realized when teaching architectural history and not doing my own research that I was unable to find these, survey books that actually included women or provided a survey book like from 13th century right up to the 20th century of all the women that have been within the field of the built environment. I want to come back to one of the remarks you've made on monographs. And I would like to ask you what your opinion is on this, because I'm a little bit torn in the sense that I understand and I follow the argument of the monograph is something that sort of highlights or even emphasizes the star architect system or the Le Corbusier, lonely figure, lonely wolf of the genius. On the other hand, I also realize, especially with teaching, that for students, it's very important to have this book to go to where there are all these information. And I've seen from many talks that were given over yesterday and today that we often tend to focus on this one single person, and it's already so much work to, shed light on that individual figure. So I'm wondering if you're proposing new ways. Do you also see new ways of publishing or writing?
Yes,
And what has been your experience, or what is your hope on this front?
Yeah, no, I think that is exactly what I'm trying to do. This, like I said, this is the beginning of a project. I'm nowhere near even 10% into it. I think if it's just about a person, I think yes, it has value in a way, but that's the reason why I introduced the lens of religious infrastructures, and I started to see it as a part of a broader cultural movement and that person's contribution. And I can start to expand that, not just about the person, but about a body of work that we genuinely need to look at, whether that's work, let's say it's religious infrastructures that have been created between 12th and 18th century. And I want to see contributions of all genders and collaborative formats, and not just rulers, but also people. So I think I'm just thinking of exactly as you're saying, thinking of other ways to write history, which may be, I would imagine that I would be able to teach that in a class as well. I think I'm always also thinking about as an architectural history teacher as well when I'm doing the research, and I think that would be more interesting to my students and also interesting to me, I think, moving away from that, like the person, the genealogical format, I think. I don't know if that, but I think I'm kind of echoing what you think I'm doing. Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you very much. We're at the conclusion of our second day of the symposium. Tomorrow morning, we will begin at 9:30 in the morning, 30 minutes later. It'll feel like a little bit of a relief. We will have, I will introduce the roundtable
with a short talk, and then we will have 7 speakers, but very quickly, you know, it's not like the lectures that we're listening to today. And at the end, we will have kind of a guided discussion based on some ideas that I'll present in the beginning. And if we do have a virtual audience, we're going to open it, the questions to them also, if they appear. Okay, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.